so I generally respond to Twitch chat. Usually the way I find people do it is like... Usually the way I find people do it is, like, if you prefer the YouTube feed, you watch the YouTube stream, but type in the Twitch chat if you want to talk, because that's just where things are busier. All right, let's actually play some video games, shall we? Y'all are clogging up my brain activity, some modders. Does a Civ need a specific discovery or anything for that to happen? What, for them to make mummies? No, they just do that. They just need a leader to die. They need a leader to die in World Gen and they make a mummy. Like I said, I have one in a cage in my current fort. It showed up as a visitor. I have no idea how it got there. I'll show you in a second. Religious leader? Sure, yeah, that makes sense. It's basically like when their nobles die. Not by a long shot. I'll tell you this, Xanos Carthage. If I didn't stream on Twitch, I would have never been able to buy an apartment. And I'd still be largely living paycheck to paycheck and renting. If you like the content that I create, I can only afford to make it because of Twitch. So, it's not a this is better or that is better. It's one is for one kind of content and is good for one kind of content. The other is for a very different kind of content and good for a very different kind of content. YouTube has always treated its streaming side of thing as a side project that it doesn't really care about. And it's always treated its creators kind of like, unless you have 1 million subs, you're kind of just, I know, you don't matter. Launched fully after 6 years? What's the name of it, Dalkin? Drop a link. Obviously, Clown Tie. Hyper-violent. Yep, this looks like a boomer shooter. It's got like vehicle stuff and shit too. Oh, I know Falcrum Publishing. Is this something you worked on by yourself, or is this something you're working on with a team? It's pretty dope, dude. Congrats. You did the early level art for the game? Neat. Playing DF and watching DF? Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Feel free to chuck it in the game news section of my Discord if you want, Dalkin. Oh, okay, gotcha. I mean, it's still neat to know.
Twitch sub clock thinks I need to this alert again.
Thinks you need to this alert again. You know, I think that you need to this alert again. So, thanks for feeling the need to this alert again. Appreciate the 74th month, mate. You know, it's really funny, Xanos, because like the people on Twitch, like this is one of the reasons, or maybe a reason, I guess, why people think of me as like resenting the YouTube side of things. I think YouTube is great. I will never fully get the attitude on YouTube that YouTube is superior and Twitch sucks. It's like a self-imposed victim complex thing. Neither platform is perfect and they both have their uses and they're both good at different things. But like, genuinely, I don't get it. I personally find the YouTube chat, like from a moderation perspective and from a streamer perspective, kind of garbage on YouTube. It's really hard to moderate. The moderation tools are terrible. Managing your moderated stuff is terrible. And options are really bad. The way it serves streams to people is not great if you stream a lot. It's designed for like organized events. So like if you run the Game Awards, YouTube streams are great because you schedule a thing, you pass out the scheduled link, you tell people 3 weeks in advance that this is the day and time it's gonna happen on. It has a big countdown. It's all dramatic. Fucking garbage if you're just like me and want to turn your stream on 4 days a week. But like for hosting video, it's great when they're not fucking with it. They also pay kind of like garbage in comparison to Twitch, especially for the live streams. So like, really, like they're different platforms with different uses, and they're good at different things. Like, yeah, YouTube, a lot of people like to point out that YouTube can serve 4K video streams to people. Who fucking cares? I'll be honest with you, I don't think half my audience could even load that. So I'm not gonna fucking serve that. That's stupid. I mean, I'd like to. That would be neat. I could, but like, why? So like, and then there's me. I multicast and I don't even put my VOD on YouTube. I put it on a separate YouTube channel after the fact. I'll put it this way, Biukona. If you are established on Twitch, Twitch is fantastic, right? I hear a lot of people talking about Twitch being saturated or hard to grow on. The thing is, Twitch has always been almost entirely built on networking and self-driven marketing. So if you are good at networking, making friends, and building a group of people that you work with and slowly growing, Twitch is very achievable. But from the outside, people see it as, you could sit there with one viewer, never talk to another streamer, and never grow and be tiny forever. So you get a lot of people talking about Twitch being this insurmountable thing. The problem with that is it can become very cliquey, where like, if people don't like you, you're just kind of fucked because it's almost impossible to grow. So you get a lot of that, and you get a lot of people complaining about Twitch being bad for that reason. But as long as you're not there to cause shit, start drama, and you build up a niche of people who you get along with, Twitch is very achievable. Whereas YouTube, I only grew on YouTube because I was 5 years early to making content about Dwarf Fortress before the Steam version came out. It's the only reason, really. There are methods of just growing on YouTube, but it's a lot more timing and luck based, I guess. To put it in like dumb terms, YouTube kind of feels like investing in a meme coin, whereas Twitch to me is kind of like buying property. Like, you'll get there eventually on Twitch, but it's a much slower thing. YouTube is very pops off sometimes, but like there are people who upload one video and get 1 million subscribers overnight, right? And then there are people who upload 15,000 videos and don't get more than 20 views a video. That doesn't surprise me all that much. Zachris, Colorbeard, good to see you. So I don't know. I genuinely think that they're both great. I just... I don't understand I'm going to sit on the other platform and beat down the platform that actually pays the guy's bills. Like, to me, YouTube is my marketing side. I upload things to YouTube to market the streams, and the streams are what pay the bills generally. But anyway, speaking of bills, this is a crowdfunded channel. I don't take any sponsored segments, so you won't hear anything about HelloFresh on this channel, except for me making fun of it generally, like that neighbor who fills up the garbage bin every single week with HelloFresh plastic, because it's a terrible waste of plastic. If you enjoy the streams that I do and want to see them continue in this format, what Zachris just did, you could help keep the channel funded with bits or gift subs here on Twitch, or subscribing to the channel, or if you're on the YouTube side of things, by sharing the stream, becoming a YouTube member, or super chats are also an option. And that's about everything. If you're watching on the YouTube side of things, please consider lurking on the Twitch side of things, because it does actually help the Twitch channel out. If you're on the Twitch side of things, there's also ways to find the YouTube stream where you could theoretically lurk over there and help boost the numbers. Also, please leave a like if you're on the YouTube stream. That's the least you can do. Anyway, this is a Dwarf Fortress fort, and the named dwarves in the fortress currently are Philly, Moo Cow, and Zoestra, as well as Nut Dealer, whose name's Nut Merchants, and Blazin. We also have Bone Doll, and this is going to take me a minute to read, Stone, and some Otters, and Wolf, and Iron, Beer Dwarf, and Goober. We also have Amethyst and Raging Cave, and 2 vampires, which are these 2 dwarves, Asteth and Mistum. They're both chained up and locked in a room by themselves, and they're not insane yet, so that's saying something. We got Serverlord, Darut, Kronos, and we had a Baron briefly, and they died within a week. They arrived and then died to a siege. We got Dwarf Lobster, we got Tiny, and we've got Clockwork Dragon. We got Rolf, and Faminoir, and Moreb, Potpourri, and Bootlegger, this guy, and we have Enter Bunny, Asylum, Elith, Judossi, Dagas Peri. We've got Necrontyr. We've got Burton, who's the cat lady. I wonder how many pets the cat lady has now. Five cats. She's also thirsty and drowsy, which means she's gonna go eat. We've got Caesardes. We've got Magnifier. We've got Vincent. We've got Dulcan. We've got Snail. We've got Jerry the World Eater. We've got Gig. We've got Lennox. Ankh. Dr. Silk. Sage. Cricket. Greza. Turnpike, who's Freeways. Fool Joss. And Zareza. Couldn't remember if that was Zareza or Zakros. Got Eye Lady. Ice Blue, some otters. Sotmar, not some otters. Die Bustin, Sergeant Donut. I think that's Edict. Turkey, Pilot. Poobert. Necron Jr., Neezer, who was kidnapped and then we rescued later. We got Helmet, self-titled, Dulcan Jr. Wait, do I have two Dulcan Jr.'s? No, it's Necron Jr. I have Lightning Roger, and that's everybody. Welcome to the fort. Quick Smash has kind of disappeared from the YouTube side of things, hasn't he? He still posts on his Patreon. He uploads couple times once or twice a week on his Patreon, but it's just images with little short stories attached to them. Dwarf me, any beardless job. Okay. I'll scroll. Do you want a child or do you want a job? If you want a job, I'll keep scrolling. Like you could be a dyer. Looks like dyer or a kiddo are your options. Yes. Stone, your name was in fact mentioned in the list. It was way up at the top. You saw a video of a guy who mixed Pepsi and pickles and he had 10 million views. YouTube is kind of a meme, but Twitch is kind of too. Twitch is a meme in its own way. Twitch is a meme. And also, like, you know, there's some incredibly well thought out, awesome content on YouTube, and there's some awesome stuff here on Twitch. I think they just both have their strengths. I just don't get the attitude of, fuck that platform, I hate that platform. That's all I was trying to say with that rant. I don't think I would have ever made it if I hadn't reached the audience, Generic Dwarf. Like, that's the thing, right? The videos that I make exist because I have the time to stream 40 hours at Dwarf Fortress a week, and also have the time to then take a week out of my work week once every couple of months and edit a video. So I was already successful when the videos started doing well. If you want to get dwarfed, you have to grab the Dwarf Redemption like QN Green Tea just did, which is up every 25 minutes, Feral Millennial. Dyer's good cap. QN Green Tea over here is working on constructing a building she is in a constant state of internal rage. She is impervious to the effects of stress and is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism. She does not find most jokes humorous and often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. She is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions and enjoys being in crowds. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others and has an active imagination. She is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she tends to think before acting. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she has a tendency towards She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She has a greedy streak, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about much anymore. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Believes that introspection is strong... She deeply values introspection, strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and thinks that there is something deeply wrong with those that persevere through adversity. She values nature and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and does not care about fairness, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. She likes mudstone and gold and the clear tourmaline, as well as giant elephant leather, sheep bone, moonsdale shell, and the color dark brown, quivers, gremlins for their mischief, and when possible prefers to consume banana beer and sorghum flour, and absolutely hates large roaches. Well, she's in a constant state of internal rage, but she's not stressed by it. She just doesn't find being in a state of internal rage stressful. So all of the dwarves are currently booking it inside. The reason they're all booking it inside is, well, because they're constructing things. The thing that they're constructing is, oopsies. This up here. This is my arena. The arena is a thing that the dwarves are just finishing up, and I kind of have two options here. I can make my military go fight the zombies, because we're getting sieged by the zombies. The dead walk when we shall hide while we still can. I could tell my military to just run here and just attack them and finish the construction. Or I could pause the construction and do this safer. What do we think? Moods are pretty good right now. We could afford the angry mood, but it would slow down construction quite a bit. What do we think, chat? On my arch crystal reading? Yeah, I mean, that was a thing that I made on a lark. Chat's saying better safe than sorry. What do you think, YouTube folks? What do we think? It's not built to funnel the zombies. Feral millennial, so I can't do that. That would take twice as long and be significantly more dangerous. Paused the construction. It's time to lock the dwarves in the Thunderdome. I'm also going to disable hauling, which will fix all of the dwarves that are stuck outside at the moment. All right. I don't know why there is a horse in my forts, but I will find it. I have 3 horses. They must have all come in as part of those sieges I've been doing. So we are at war with a very large goblin faction. This goblin faction is largely our next door neighbors, and we're also at war with a large dwarven faction. Now, this dwarven faction has a very sad story. They are completely taken over and overrun by necromancers. In fact, there's 2 of them. This is number 1. All of these pink locations I have captured back. Some of these blue locations have been taken over by either my faction or allies, same with these gray ones. But this used to all be red locations. These guys down here, these hillocks, and same with this one up here. These are 2 dwarven factions that were taken over by necromancers and completely destroyed and overrun. They are full of zombies, and there are some living dwarves left, but they've all been completely brainwashed. Over here is a giant goblin faction. Same story. They are invading my homeland. In fact, they've taken over these 2 locations since I started this fortress, and that fortress. Now there is, as you can see, 4,000 goblins there, which is not great. So I'm trying, and I've been attacking their stronghold, which is Rawness Menaced, and I've gotten them from 7,500 goblins down to 3,000. So that's why my head of the military, Poobert, here has 120 kills and 17 notables, and why Diebust in here has 12 notable kills and 95 others, and even why my Mark's dwarves have quite a few kills. And if you scroll down even more so, you can see that even my recently appointed militia leaders have kill counts that are not small. So, I think what we're going to do is this. Let's wait until everybody runs inside, including Kiddo there. If you're talking about necromancers, YouTube chat, necromancers are extremely dangerous right now, and I fucking love it. It's really nice to actually have necromancers that are dangerous. But this is my mummy, Tommy Tallarico. His mother is very proud. He is a forgot that I named him. I rewatched that video over the weekend, actually. Oof.exe, the H-Bomber guy video. I rewatched that over the weekend. That video ages great. It's still a good video. Anyway, Tommy Tallarico is right here, and this is my mummy. He is a former member of the Councils of Disembowelment, in fact, and the musical cult. Yeah. He lives in this box. So, yeah, he was a legitimate visitor at one point, but, you know. Generic Dwarf, thanks for the 6 months in advance. Holy shit, cheers, man. Thanks for popping over from the YouTube side of things. So over here, this is where the zombies are going to be allowed in. Thankfully, it's cooled off enough that it's actually going to work as a door. And over here, once everybody I can see is inside, to atone for their crimes? Yeah. Just like that cat that's about to get locked outside. Where are you going? Okay, hold on. Wait. Where are you? Where? Dorothy McGueezus. Where do you think you're going? No, like, seriously, where do you think you're going? I'm also just giving this poor were creature somewhere they can go. Are you turning around yet? It seems like as you am. Metal Fuse, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Remember, it only costs 1 bit to get onto the bits leaderboard currently. But 100 bits would start that hype train. Where do you think you're going? Rolf? There's got to be like an accessible outdoor area out here or something. You in the military? No, you're not. Where is the zombies? Okay, we got time. Zombie move slow. Okay, so are you going somewhere that is... okay, let's actually just... remove everybody from the Thunderdome, because you may actually be going to one of the Thunderdome area. I wasn't super cautious with how I built the Thunderdome. Thunderdome, I mean. Thanks for the 4 pennies, Pixel Fox. There you go. Yeah, I don't know why there's so many dwarves running in and out. All right, self-titled. When you head inside, I'm locking the gate. Thanks for the 8 pennies, Orange. Kiddo here thinks he can take them all on his own. He's sitting there playing make-believe about how he can take them all on his own. The funny thing is, though, literally any of my military dwarves could probably take this entire army on their own. Yeah, no, easy. Any of my, like, even remotely trained military dwarves could do it on their own.
Cricket_my cheered. X500. I got a lil raise last week.
Oh shit! Well, thanks for the $5, man. Appreciate it. And congrats on the raise. Round of beers to that. So my full plan for today, chat, I'm thinking like 6 hours of Dwarfs. And I've reinstalled and would like to get back to a video game called Cogmind. If you've never played Cogmind and you like Caves of Cud, what the fuck are you even doing? You should play Cogmind because it's really cool. This kid's gonna get scared away and killed, aren't they?
Orange_TJ cheered. X600. Level 2 I guess.
Orange_Doorhinge. Thank you very much for the $6 in bits. And for bumping that train up a little bit. There is actually new hype train emotes, and they're pretty good for once. So Kiddo here, has now decided to move. You know, has to like spook themselves. I guess it's like you know, like a just daring yourself to do something scary thing. Thankfully, I've got a dwarf literally right there who's just gonna go pull the lever. And the zombies is locked out now. Excellent. So now they turn around. Also, for full clarity here, I have zero clue why the frame rate is as bad as it is right now. I've currently got 20 frames a second. That seems very bad for right now. Unless, like, this is still filling, which I don't think it is. Yeah, no, it's not. So, no, frame rate is, like, bloody terrible at the moment, and I'm not totally sure why. Oh, that's actually probably why. Are there Kias on the map? Not currently. Okay. Actually, what is on the map? Let's just find out. Cheat and find out. Okay, there's ravens. It might be the ravens, then. Thoughts on CDDA? I don't like open world survival crafting games, and that's an open world survival crafting game. It's cool for what it is. I think it's a bit much, though. It's a bit mindless. Cogmind is a very directed game, you know? I like games like that that put you on a critical path kind of thing. Like, as an example, like, in theory, I would really like games like Diablo, because it's like, here's a critical path, and you can go sandbox if you want. I'm not a huge fan of, like, here's big world survive. That, eh. You know, at this point, they'd probably steal a picture frame if I left it out for them, so it sort of checks out. It's going to take 10 years, but eventually they'll get down here. So the zombies, ideally, are going to walk into here. When they walk into here, I can burn them all. Here they come. A bunch of them are right here already. And if I go up here... And because they're probably not all going to make it in at the same time, I'm going to have to then get rid of the rest of them separately. See, Subnautica would be directed enough for me. Subnautica just made me really motion sick when I tried it. So I actually refunded Subnautica. Subnautica's directed enough. Like, it's like using those mechanics as a means to an end. Whereas, like, when it's just a, here's an open space, good luck, like a DayZ type thing, or even like a Project Zomboid, like, I have a really hard time doing the thing because it just kind of becomes a make skill better. And I find that makes the game less interesting as time goes on. Anyway, chat, there's a hype train going on. It only needs 2 subscriptions or $7.88 in bits. If you're watching on the YouTube side of things and you happen to have a Prime sub, maybe see if it's available. You could help keep the channel funded and unlock some emotes, because who doesn't like that? I mean, I'm sure somebody doesn't. Somebody's like, why is there all these emotes clogging up all my emote space? Cat185, thank you very much for the Prime. We only need one more. And that levels up. Appreciate you guys. I mean, that's also an option, Clowny Smiles. Or you could subscribe. Or, like, you could use that Prime sub if it's available. Seems like Rolf was there with a sniper rifle. Thank you very much, Rolf. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the party button if you like. You do have that very generic party button. You're pretty sure this went out already? You know, honestly, if you have it, use it, right? Who cares if it went out already?
I'm pretty sure this went off already, so I cheat.
I don't consider it cheating. If it's still available, it's still available, damn it. Use it or lose it, you know? Tibbe, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. I will say I'm not going to be super pushy about subs and stuff this week because on Friday, which I'm going to try and stream on, they're doing that bonus subs thing. Again, where if somebody gifts 5, then Valorant gifts at minimum 1 extra sub, which is always silly. So I'll probably match a bunch of subs that day. It needs 2 more to level up or $6. Never mind, it leveled up. Q and Green Tea, thanks for the tier 2 for 32 months. Appreciate you. Xenos Carthage as well, thanks to Prime. And Elfie, thanks for chucking out a gift. I hope that the Game Jam stuff has gone well. I'm looking forward to seeing what you made. Man, there's still so many of them. I may actually have to fight some of these zombies. Which, like, is a little silly, but...
Oh, a hype train.
Like I said, you can watch on one platform and chat on Twitch chat if you want fast responses, but regardless. Appreciate it regardless, Thanos. Some audio work today? Like, is the audio not pulling its weight or something? I mean, it's pretty hard to make sound waves move anything. You could try giving those words a pickaxe and maybe they could dig something. Or you could, like, go stare at waveforms in Audacity to try and discover secret messages or something. Has anybody seen that video of that guy who tried to draw a cow with a waveform that sounded like a cow? Does anybody watch that one guy on YouTube? He uploads like a 4-minute video every, like, 6 years of something exceptionally stupid and specific like that. Yeah, that's how you start an ARG. That video of a guy saving a PNG in a waveform into a bird? No. No, I most certainly have not. Is anybody else kind of amazed that none of my dwarves have run out this way yet? The problem is these zombies are so spread out. I have to kill literally all of them. So I think I'm just going to wait until this one is on the bridge, and then I'll give the order to close it. My military can just kill the ones that make it through. Urist Games, thank you very much for the 28th month.
Urist Pride, Urist Trans, Urist Genby, Urist Fluid, Urist GBI, Urist Gomni.
You know, the last one, which is Urist Geomni, Urist, whenever the robot lady says it, it sounds like Urist Bon Me. And I'm like, man, I could use some Bon Me now. Like, that sounds tasty right about now, actually. I could go for like a sub. That'd be good. Could roll with that. Sounds like lunch. They turned a picture of a bird into a sound pattern and played it for a mockingbird who sang it back at a decodable Well, that's cool. Saved an image of a bird onto a bird. That's proof of something. I don't know what. Yeah, right? Some otters? Go for some sushi. When you come visit Orange, we got to go to this ramen place that's pretty great. Although you have to get there like right when they open or you'll never get through the door. This would be going a lot quicker if the frame rate wasn't at 20 right now. I don't know why it's so low. I'm going to have to figure this out. There isn't like a strange mood in a weird place, is there? No? All right, so this is the last one that I'm going to let in. Yeah, this birria ramen place. Ooh. 24 seconds left on the hype train. It needs 4 subscriptions or $17 in bits to level up. Now I just need a dwarf to get down here and pull the lever. Not so much where I live now. Where I used to live, yes. I forgot that I did this. I have Steel Bridge. And I have Jeff. That's Jeff. Jeff the Steel Bridge. We may actually be able to get them all in. Assuming Dwarf is quick. Who's coming to pull the lever? Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. Appreciate you guys. Here comes Arga. And it looks like we caught them all inside. Thank you very much for the 15 subscriptions and the $11.12 in bits. Appreciate you, chat. And I got Me Sweat, which is a awful series of words for an emote, but that's a good emote. I like that. Okay, so we caught the zombies, which means now I can turn off this. Free the dwarves up a wee bit. And now it's time to burninate the zombies. And also I wonder... Okay, cool. If you are subscribed here on Twitch, I just need a pile of lava emotes. So what this does is it lowers this drawbridge here, if you haven't seen this before. And then over here is all of this lava, right? Which is going all the way down this tube from up here. So this is at layer 109. So when this drawbridge goes down, lava is pushed from layer 109 all the way down to layer 46 along this pipe, and then up through here and back up into this vent. Meaning, as soon as this bridge opens, it's going to kind of go whoosh all at once. And the frame rate drops again. Which is also why it's like all the way up to the ceiling and literally creating a wall of lava. It's pressurized lava for sure. Spookiest skeleton. Most of your CDDA playthroughs start with mid to high crafting related skills because you'd rather have those options from the beginning. No, totally. Like, there's nothing. It's a sandbox game. Just play it the way that you enjoy. I just like a more directed roguelike. That's all. I like a game with a wee bit more structure and direction and things to discover instead of just like, it's a big open space, you know? That's all. Responding to a thing from YouTube chat. What's up, Zoestra? Your dwarf's still alive. Still alive. Also, Stone, because you were asking about your dwarf earlier, but the game was lagging, and I just wanted that to be done. That's you, currently. No, this will empty actually faster than it fills. I think I lost a dwarf in here. Because there's a dead... No? Okay, I don't know what killed that dwarf, but something killed that dwarf. Weird. That's kind of bizarre. I like the idea of CDDA, I just don't really like playing CDDA. I kind of have, like, I went back to it recently off stream and played a bit of it. I kind of have the same problem with Unreal World, where, like, it's just a big open expansive space that you survive in perpetually, which is fun for, like, the first chunk of time because you're trying to survive. And once your character gets good enough that you can just kind of survive, it stops being fun and just becomes a cycle that you repeat, you know? Which is why, like, in theory, I really like games like Subnautica or, like, The Forest, where it's, like, the survival game is a means to an end. Or games like, oh, geez, what's the name of that game? The Microsoft published one by Undead Labs. State of Decay. Like, State of Decay would also be something. I want to know who that is in real life. First, Zoestra. I may veto, which is why I want to know. Like, if that's a real person, I'm going to veto, is what I'm saying. Also, because you already have a dwarf. Maybe let somebody else grab it. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm going to veto that one. If you'd like me to refund it, I can, or I could give something else name. Well, I mean, I could just name this. How's that? Just because that's a goblin name. We're in an ad break, so I'm pausing. Oh, the ads are done. Your dwarf's still alive, Zoestra, so. Let's try and let some people who haven't had a dwarf yet maybe grab a dwarf next time, you know? Sharing is dwarfing. Trying to wipe the... I mean, when I went back to Unreal World recently, I straight up had a guide on the left-hand side, which was just like, here's how to survive in this exact area of the map, or in this kind of area-like map. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Just followed that step by step. Because I just wanted to kind of know... Yeah, it's a bit of a danged bridge, you know what I'm saying? Especially when it whacks you in the head. Were you murdering dwarves? Is a dwarf purple? Quantum ferret? Pretty sure these are zombies. What on earth is going on here? I am burning zombies with lava. I was gonna kill them with pointy sticks, but chat told me to do it the safe way, so I'm doing it the safe way. Which does not, in fact, require going to a safe way. Well, if a dwarf is purple, dwarf is no longer dwarf. I mean, we are actually at war with two dwarven factions in this world, but they're both necromancer factions. So they're both evil dwarves, if you will. That's funny, actually, Charatine. But yes, zombie dwarves. I mentioned this earlier, but we also have a imprisoned... Oopsies. Mummy named Tommy Tallarico, and his mother's very proud. So, you know. Also, a good number of beasts. I should probably put another turkey on that one. Dubba-dee, dubba-die. Queen Zoestra. But that means that he's an intelligent undead. These are just... like, necromancer servants. That's all these are. Okay, so now they're all burning to death, which is great. Everybody's happy. Everybody's better off for it, in fact. I'm going to go over here, and now that that's done, I can pull this lever. And the frame rate's going to kind of continue to suck for a minute. At the very least, until... Well, actually, no, the frame rate's great at the moment. What the heck? I'm at 60 FPS. Wild. I was expecting the frame rate to continue to suck for a moment, but it doesn't seem to be. Once this has been pulled, this is going to seal off the bridges. We just need to wait for whomstever is pulling it to get here. We'll just follow them. It's Philly. There you are. Come over here and give it a tug. Sweet. So that'll close this right here, which then stops this from filling because all of the zombies is melted metals. And then I have these bridges along the side, and I can just go here and pull this lever. Which, once again, we just need a dwarf to come here and pull it. Once that's been pulled, I can just zoom out here. And it drains almost immediately. So, it's like already down to 1 deep. Pretty much, with the exception of that middle section, because that was 2 Z levels tall, so that'll take a little bit longer to drain, but no, it drains real quick. Like, real quick. And then I can open the front and back doors. I can open this door. Although, actually, there's still zombies on the map. How many? Is it just the one? Yeah, it's just the one. So I'll just tell all of these squads to go kill this, which currently they can't reach. And I'm also going to turn on hauling again, because I'm seeing some miasma coming up through here. Not sure. Oh, there it is, probably. Actually, I'm not sure where the miasma is coming from, but there's miasma in my stairwell. Anyway, this should open sooner than later. Sweet. That's now open. Frame rate goes down again because they are almost all rushing outside. You one of the injured dwarves? No, you just haven't had a chance to grab your sword yet. That's fair. We'll follow Wolf. It's probably from either a rotten food or somebody with an infection. Could be either or. And yours from Butchers and Kitchens. I turned off hauling when we were waiting out the siege, because if I didn't turn off hauling, then it would take a lot longer for the dwarves to get inside, so this is just safer. Quite literally, that's what I did. There's just one zombie left, and done. Easy peasy. I'm also going to go to the overworld. I'm going to send you to pillage this location, which is one of my old locations. And I'm going to send you here to raise this location. I'm going to send you to raise this location. And I'm going to send you to raise that location. Good luck. Sending out basically my whole army. Not quite. Most of it. And then we're going to go back to working on the arena once more. Except I got to do this one piece at a time now. This is why just fighting it would have been quicker, because I would have just sent the army out and it'd be done, but... Let's just get this thing making a little bit more sense here. So that construction will be a little bit smoother instead of so random like it currently is. Miasma in the Stairwell could also be like a hardcore album. Oh, that's where all the miasma is coming from. It's definitely from like butchered meat. Thankfully, like them taking this over to the automated disposal area requires them running through this lovely waterfall, so they don't actually mind it so much. Like it certainly sounds a lot worse than it is. It seems like Orodrun from Lord of the Rings. I can't remember where that bridge is. It's been a while since I've watched or read Lord of the Rings. Also, my frame rate's suddenly back up at 60. It's kind of weird. Like, this fort will just go down to 20 for a bit, and then bang, it'll be back at 60. Like, it runs fine most of the time, but then sometimes it just runs like shit with kind of no real indicator as to why. But the goal for today is to get this done. Miasma in the Stairwell is your, fair enough. If it's Miasma in the Circus, then it would be like a ICP cover band. Pathfinding issue? I don't know. I mean, it might be something related to my soldiers, but like, there's one that makes sense, which is when the pump stack is refilling, and that might have been this one. When the pump stack is refilling, that pumps all that lava out into the tube, that slows down the frame rate, which that makes sense. That's definitely not, that's just kind of Dwarf Fortress. Like a lot of temperatures being displaced and such. But like, there is something going on occasionally that's a little weird. That probably shouldn't be happening. So. You mean Fago? Not Faga? I mean, I've never had Fago, so I couldn't tell you. Darius has been elected to the position of the Holy Tax of the Creed of Silver, which means he's been booted out of my military and will need to be re-added. Probably just killed somebody from the Holy Tax off map. Typos are your brand? Oh, okay. It's probably pretty hard to copyright that, though. Considering, like, aren't most of the startups in the current world, like, we're just going to take a normal word and remove half the vowels? It's probably, I think it's got something to do with birds, generic dwarf, because I've been sieging so much stuff. There's like random high value items on the outside of the fortress, and like often artifacts that I don't even notice that appear on the outside of the fortress. So there's like, whenever like some birds arrive, they'll like flap into the map, and then this is an older thing that I did. They'll flap into the map and then steal an artifact from the surface, and I don't ever see it or even realize that it was in the map, like on the map in the first place. So that keeps happening. The mistake of breeding Chronos. Chronos are fun to breed because they're born full grown, right? And they come from eggs. Makes them a pretty good food supply, actually. But we tried to raise Copper Tone, which is a place that I've attacked several times now. And I think that my dwarves actually already took over it because it seems that Poobert led the attack. Of course, the awe-inspiring canyons of voicing outmatched Tekud with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We slayed Tekud. Pilot Guy did the deed, and then we looted treasure and seized livestock and rampaged throughout. And there's a siren going by. I'm sorry. And we stole a bunch of crap and a bunch of crap. Great. Not stuff that I need. But if I jump back over to the overworld now... Oh no, that's Wound Legend. I could probably take over this place now. So I'm actually going to make a vacant position with no military and go... Well, actually, hold on. I need to wait for this dwarf to return. But I'm going to find a dwarf who's pissed off, who's tired with life, and I'm going to see if I can get them to go take over this place for me. Conquer and occupy. That's going to be my request. So who's the most pissed off dwarf? It's Metroid. Do you have a big family? You are legendary. Yeah, I'll send Asmil. You get a promotion, Asmil. In fact, your promotion is you get to go move to this lovely place called Coppertone and take over it. You just have to. Yes, it's C's. We are demand surrender and occupy. We'll make your survival chances slightly more likely in case something goes wrong. Good luck, dwarf. Chat, I need you to wish them good luck. And you're not ashamed of it? Yeah, I wouldn't be ashamed of that either. I've definitely done that before. But they tend to leave the map pretty quickly in this world. So I don't mind it so much. If they stuck around forever, then they'd bug me more, but they kind of don't. Good luck, Asmil. May the best dwarf. Oh, that shouldn't be there. Those should get deconstructed. That also should not be there. That also should not be there. And you two should get deconstructed. If you could send a child to surrender and to conquer a place? I mean, not that funny, I guess. Did Darius ever return? I guess Darius is part of a different squad. Oh, second squad's back. This was for pillaging tame anvils. I mean, I haven't really done much with it, to be honest with you. This fort got very distracted with fighting with all these necromancers. I wasn't expecting to get attacked by necromancers in this fort. Our Diebustin's planning was superior to the goblin, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Oh, would you look at that? Sergeant Donut, the oily sense, clashed with 2 goblins, slaying them. They led by the dwarf Diebustin. They clashed with 4 dwarves, slaying them. This is a location that was taken over by goblins in my faction. The Goblin Rarami Pearl Bows. What a good name. Best more treat yellings. Treaty ceilings. We looted treasure and seized livestock. Good stuff. So what shit did I get this time? Beak dogs. Yay! So yeah, the current big project for the YouTube channel is I'm reading all of Boat Murdered. And hopefully that'll be out sooner than not. And hopefully when it releases, it does well. Because it's going to take quite a bit of work. Maybe not as much editing time and work time as the normal big videos do. But it's still going to take quite a bit of work, so I hope it does well when it does release. Coppertone hasn't left the map yet. Or the Coppertone mission. Esmil hasn't left the map yet. She's on her way, though. Oh, she's decided to go take a nap first. You know, honestly, respectable. Honestly, I think that's respectable. You know, the Down the Rabbit Hole video, like, I rewatched that video. That thing is so abridged. Like, I'm an hour and a half worth of video into it. Like, I have an hour and a half of footage that will be used in that video so far. I've recorded about maybe 2, because there's a bunch of outtakes, maybe a bit more than that. And not including time of just sitting there and reading. And I'm like a 5th of the way through. Like, this is just going to be a complete story deep dive. If it does well, I've got other ones too. Will there be accompanying art and animation? You want to give me a budget? Because I don't have one right now. It's going to be me sitting there talking with the screenshots on screen and, like, creative zooming around where it makes sense. If you want to see a preview of it, you could give me $3 on my blog. But, yeah, no, animation is expensive. So probably not. No, it's going to be more along the lines of, like, you know those YouTube videos that people make where they just are reading old blog posts and falling down rabbit holes and it's just kind of a person in front of a laptop with a microphone talking? It's going to be like that, because that's reasonable for this level of thing. You know, I've thought about doing that, and I tried to do that off stream a couple times to see how feasible it would be. And I'm going to be honest with you, that in and of itself would be like a 100-hour project, Zostra. And I'm not convinced it would be worth the time. It would be cool. No, like, here's what I talked about doing once maybe for that, Gib, would be basically making a Dwarf Fortress stage play to try and recreate the events of Boat Murdered on a singular Z level. So I would basically build Boat Murdered and try and acquire all of the things to make Boat Murdered happen, but, like, I would have to do a lot of, like, behind-the-scenes shit to actually make it work. Like, I've talked about doing that before, because I think it would be fun to try and recreate that layout on a singular Z level. But it would very much be a, like, you would have to build it like a stage play, where, like, I would have to orchestrate certain events to happen because the game just mechanically doesn't work that way anymore. But yeah, back in the days of Boat Murder, Dwarf Fortress was 1Z level. It was like RimWorld. In like 2006 to 2007. And then by late 2007, the game was 3D. The Fortress of Coppertone, far to the east, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Our dwarf was successful, chat. Congratulations to Asmil. We now have another location that is one of us. And I had another squad return. So seizing of Coppertone was the first one. But yeah, I'm doing a lot of production work on it, but I don't have like animators or anything. I'm just one person. I would have to fill my videos up with like War Thunder ads to be able to afford stuff like that. The Mountain of Dyes looted treasure and livestock from Galley Goals. Okay, well, what do we get from Galley Goals? Another horse? Great. Okay, where's Galley Goals? Okay, you know what? We're gonna go for this place with this squad and try and free that one prisoner that they have. And where was Galley Goals? Overgate sound like I made this joke earlier, but that sounds like a hero shooter that's in early access. Overgate. There it is. Looking for anything with less than 10. Let's go for Overgate. Demand, surrender, and occupy. Send the one with nobody in it. Find the most pissed off dwarf in the fort. Metroid. I'm gonna send you. You got this, Dwarf. I have the faith. And it seems that Asmil Glovdyon has claimed the position of Administrator of the Lance of Yawning. You work in a toxicology lab, so you can't access your phone without a lot of hassle. Yeah, no, this is definitely going to be a visual separate, like, visual secondary pangolin, but I'm going to make it engaging enough to watch that you could watch it that way, if that makes sense. But, like, I'm just resigning myself to the fact that I don't have the production capabilities or budget to make a big thing. Like, the reason I've never made a video on Boat Murdered is because, like, I've always just kind of... Oh, that's not good. Well, actually, maybe... No, it's just a beast. I read that as Titan for some reason. I've always had this ambition with anything related to Boat Murdered where I've never been able to do that. Anonymous is giving away a blockade mug. If you are in the Twitch chat and would like to win a mug, ! Enter. You don't need to be subscribed or anything. You just need to be on Twitch. Hello, John. Your forts always look so nice. It's really inspired you to build more creatively and less blocky. I see it as just like if you spend enough time doing anything, you eventually want to do it in a more creative way. The Forgotten Beast Aspid Ungu has come. A enormous quadruped composed of water. It has a pair of fan-like antennae and its scrims and fidgets. Beware its webs. So that's like really scary, but also not at all because like it just needs to be hit by one ranged weapon and it's dead. Hold on, let me check something. By check something, I actually mean, let me go over here. Okay, you are closed. Should be able to catch it. Let's try. So it's ASPAD. The mountain halls of Overgate, far to the southeast, have been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Hell yeah. Who else do I have? Good job, Metroid. You're a were creature. How about Kib the Thresher? Kib the Thresher. As long as we demand, surrender, and occupy, they're pretty good at it. Took over Overgate, and it was called the Kindled Helm. Hells yes. The Gib 770. If you click on that redeem link, you should be able to redeem your copy of the mug. Of the mug? Of the mug. Appreciate you, Anonymous. It's my first merch sale since the 16th. I was actually looking at it yesterday. Unless somebody bought something overnight that I missed. In which case, I apologize, then I'm lying. Otherwise, that's my first merch sale since the 16th, so thank you. Shake Shot, right here. So you demand, surrender, and occupy. Keep at it. So let's go here and type in Beast. Where is it? It is north of my entryway. Oh, but there's also this. This right here, completely unrelated to that beast, is a blob composed of vomit. Delicious. It has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poison vapors. Makes sense being made of vomit and all that. Hang on, do I have a Forgotten Beast zoo? No? I have a Forgotten Beast army! Of course I have a zoo. Yes. I mean, it's not designated as a zoo or nothing, but I do have a gaggle of beasties that live here. They're not friendly, don't pet them. They may cause burning and or spontaneous bleeding or gouging to death. I kind of want the water creature to catch up with the vomit creature and kill the vomit creature with its water. No, this one's got poison. The water creature has webs. A few of them have webs. Feed the Beast is a Minecraft mod, no? That sounds like a Minecraft mod that I've heard of. This right here is an artifact door, which is made of wood, but it's still an artifact door. All right, Turkey McGee. The Hillocks of Shake Shot has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Damn right, dwarves. And now we just wait for somebody to pull that lever before it walks out. It doesn't have anywhere else to go, and there's nothing else for it to fight with in here. So I just need somebody to close that bridge by pulling the lever. Why hasn't anybody pulled the lever? Is nobody gonna pull who's pulling the... It's Moo Cow. Come on, Moo Cow. You just gotta Moo Cow it. All the way the hell over here. Before the beastie leaves. It might leave at any time. It doesn't have anywhere to go. So it doesn't really have any incentive to leave. But if it does, then I will... There we go. Then I will have to let it escape. And nobody want to do that. Asmil has claimed the position of Administrator of the Lance of Routing. Wait, didn't you recently claim an Administrator of something else? Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say that's where you live, right? Huh. All right. Compact claustrophobia right now. That sounds lovely. Like, truly, that sounds absolutely lovely. Let's also go over to here. Let's go up to here. You've already got a turkey assigned. Let's go here and assign an unrelated turkey. You and you don't have levers connected, so let's just go find one that's connected to nothing, like you. Connect you to that. Let's go find another one that's connected to nothing, like this one. And then go to the one on the other side. Let's go here and throw in another turkey. Let's go up here and throw in yet another turkey. And then open the door. While most of the dwarves are just throwing out garbage. You want a dwarf named Kib renamed to Gib? Which Kib would you like? We've got Kib Ganidan, who's a lady. We've got Kib Lemorul, who's a dyer, who's a man. There are bait. Bonesaw, would you prefer I use dwarves? I've had a beast roaming your beast. 1,500 kills. I've had a few of those where it's like they're in the high 500s. It's always like, wow. Jasper, good to see you. Last the apples harvested, thus harvest season is returning to your fucking free time. Oh, yeah, no, long time no see indeed. Hello, fellow island dweller. You're streaking so hard right now. 7 days in a row, mate. 7 streams in a row. I mean. Dyer sounds fine. Okay. True, being the dyer is more likely to live than being the soldier. Actually, okay, so now we've got Gib and Gig, not to be confused with Gigatron. He's a perfectionist and is offered and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and tends to be passive in discussions. He is often cheerful and he does not go out of his way to help others. He does not go out. He does not go. I can't read. I'm gonna try this again. He tends to be passive in discussions. He's cheerful and he does not go out of his way to help others. He's troubled by this because he truly respects sacrifice. He enjoys the company of others and is quite polite and is very humble. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He can handle stress and winks during conversation when he's nervous, and he often drums his fingers when he's nervous. When he's nervous, he often drums his fingers. He stiffens up when he's surprised. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Values sacrifice and likes rhyolite and iron, as well as cherry opal and wild boar hoof and llama wool, bolts and high boots, and guinea fowls for their social nature, and tick demons for their horrifying features. And the words of the glimmer of velvet and the sight of the earth in aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume cow cheese and carambola wine, and absolutely hates cave spouters. He has a very long beard which is braided, and his sideburns are clean shaven. And he's got a rather large family, and his niece lives here and is an administrator in the military. City Hames. The granite blades? Granite blades. Yes. Welcome to the fort. And also, let's just go down here and chop down all these real quick. And also some of these. And also some of these. And also some of those. Are we still constructing buildings? Looks like it. A shark, walrus jumping. My favorite sport. Thank you very much for the 32nd month and the tier 2. As a reminder to everybody, Twitch currently has a sale because it's September. So you can, if you buy multiple months in a row, you actually get discounts at the moment. Appreciate you, man. Is your dwarf dead yet? No, actually. No, you're still in the military. Still training. You're a proficient Marks dwarf. And you've killed a dwarf as part of the invadings of the Necro-Dwarven faction that we're at war with. Oopsies.
Subbing again. Didn't even realize it lapsed till I got hit with the ads lol.
Yeah, it's a pretty sudden and albeit often kind of rude reminder. But thanks for re-upping, Jasper. Appreciate you. Seriously. Great last video. Cheers, John! By the way. I didn't actually read what you said. I just saw that you said hi. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. Read on the last video. Thanks. Yeah, no, that one was stressful to release. Speaking of last video, apparently I have a short this morning that's doing really well, which is weird because it's up in a minute. Well, not really well. It slowed down a bit, but it took off for a minute there. I was getting 3,000 views an hour for that second. It's weird when shorts do well. It like feels so manufactured. It's like not even funny. I just have tomatoes, and they did fine. I mean, they're just like I grew Sweet Millions and some Amish paste and some early girls in pots. So like they did as well as like tomatoes in pots could do, which is fine. They're mostly done at this point. The Sweet Millions are still kind of going a little bit. I'm getting maybe 5 tomatoes a week now. For a minute there, I was getting like a handful a day. But yeah, because they're in pots, they can only do so much. They don't get the same level of root reach, and they get kind of root bound, and then they slow down. So, I mean, they did okay. I've gotten a decent number of radishes. Were they all early in harvest? Not as early as I'm used to, but it's a very different climate here. Normally they start like late June supplying. They didn't start until like mid-July, but basically throughout mid-July through August, I was getting tomatoes pretty much daily. But I went to a farmer's market recently and I bought like $70 in produce. I bought it was like 4 kilograms of beans. I bought like, it was 6 kilograms of beets and a bunch of other things, and I made pickles. So I've just got like piles of pickles now. Got pickled red onions. I got 12 liters of pickled beets. I've got 12 liters of pickled beans. Yeah. They're so easy to make. Cat, it's literally just like red wine vinegar, white wine vinegar, some salt, and then red onions. Just boil it. Put it in a jar. You don't even need to seal it. Just boil it and put it in a jar and stick it in the fridge. Okay, so Darius got booted from the military, I think, yeah. But you're a Marks Dwarf, so let's just put you back into this squad. I make it into sauce. Oh yeah, no, that's a good thing to do. I really like canning tomatoes when I actually am able to grow enough, which I won't be able to do that until I get a physical garden again with actual like space. But if I need to make more bedrooms. If you actually have enough like space to get a good harvest of tomatoes, I like to just can them in water with basil and then and a little bit of salt, and then you just take them out of the jar, put it in a pot, bring it up to a boil, pour like a 30% of the liquid out, and then just blend them, and you either have a soup or like the base of a sauce. It's like super easy. $80 pounds of tomatoes in your freezer. I don't like freezing plain tomatoes. I actually don't like freezing stuff in general. I would rather can it, because if I can it, it looks nice and I put it on my shelf and I remember it's there and I remember to use it. If I freeze it, it doesn't look nice. I forget it's there and I never use it. And then it gets freezer burned and I throw it out. So, yeah. I like canning. Canning's like, it's like a day activity. You just make a large batch of sauce. See, I would make a large batch of sauce and then freeze it. You know? I wouldn't just freeze the tomatoes, but yeah, that's just, it's just an order of operations thing at that point. I do usually go and pick a whole bunch of blackberries and freeze those. I picked some this year, but nowhere near as many as I have in previous years. I just didn't have the energy. This summer was exhausting during that season. All right, I'm seeing a lot of them looking for plant cloths, so let's... Gotta get a lot of spin thread going. Are there processed plants jobs going? No. Got a bunch of spin thread jobs. I don't have a process plants. Really? I might just get a whole bunch of pigtail plants going down here. And before someone goes, you could just do roads. I know. I know. It's okay. Need to get that drained out so I can actually use that side gate in case of emergency. Let's also go to engravers and just say everybody does this. Just want to get all of this stuff engraved. Yeah, I don't make cocktails, though. I think, like, cocktails are one of those hobbies where if I ever get into making cocktails, like, actually properly get into making cocktails, you know that I've, like, fully gone from being an alcoholic in denial to just being an alcoholic in the open. That's kind of where I'm at right now. What do I actually have for cloth at the moment? Needs one unused yarn cloth. You don't say... Oh, yeah, actually, they probably... Yeah, they need one of those. You know, I was being super fancy about all this dyeing stuff, but I might actually back out from it. That or try and redo the jobs a bit. I might actually try and redo them a little bit. Yeah, not everybody has a space for a deep freezer, though. Yeah, that's actually the issue here. Peach bark dye, peach bark dye. Are these all specific, or...? I think I'm going to make a second floor to this. I just need a bunch more dyer shops. Because I'm just not physically able to make the dye fast enough. Also bars, 87 iron, 76 copper. Bin, let's make 20 copper bins. I'm also, actually, yeah, I think I'm just going to fill this whole lower area down here up with all of this. What's that, limestone? And then along here, malachite. Malachite. The next thing I need to do is, I don't have enough bedrooms, apparently. Let's check you. Yeah, I've got quite a few dwarves that need bedrooms for one reason or another, so I'm gonna go queue up some bedrooms, I think, is what I'm going to do. Because we've been getting quite a few migrants as of late. How you doing, orc with bow? How goes life as orc with a bow? You know, I never asked you. You are an orc with a bow, but do you also have a quiver and arrows? Because otherwise that would be a little silly. And is it like a weaponry bow, or is it like a musical bow? Like, are you a violinist orc? These are questions I've had in my brain for longer than I should admit, and I've never bothered asking, because I don't necessarily need to know the deep lore of orc with bow, but sometimes my brain wonders. And wanders. And then it comes back and it goes, where'd you fucking go? Come back, you idiot. And I'm like, hey. Nope, it's not gonna work as a bedroom. This side will, though. It's the awkward-shaped bedroom. Nobody wants that one. This dwarf has too much clothing. And this is the I'm definitely not plotting to steal the artifacts bedroom. Definitely not. So Jasper, if I can ask, have you just been, like, busy with summer homesteading stuff, or are you, like... Because, like, I feel like I haven't seen you in, like, 3 months. It's been a while. Or is summer just busy time for you? Who is the clothes sorter? That's a good question. Philly and Moo Cow is the clothes sorter. I mean, they've got a cabinet that's like full of clothing, plus a bedroom that's like full of clothing. I can give them another cabinet though, and sort that out a little bit. Let's also go down into here and check out some other cabinets into the bedrooms that don't have one yet. Because this one looks like a clothes sorter, but they just don't have anywhere to put their clothing. Like, if you didn't have a dresser, like, you'd look like a clothes sorter too. Be like me when I was living out of a sock drawer. Now as an adult, I just live out of the washing machine. Some goblins have arrived. Great. Thankfully, it appears that I've got this sorted already. Let's go open up Jeff. Jeff is open, so that's good. They don't often have any items that they need to put into chests. They do use them, though. Like, if a dwarf owns a bunch of, like, crowns and stuff, or rings, and they have a uniform that they need to equip, then they'll put those rings and crowns and stuff that isn't included in the uniform into that container. So I've got one dwarf running around panicking, and the front door is now closed, so they should go for the side door, which should be accessible. Although now you're going to go pick up equipment. We'll see how that goes. Watch them actually just steal a bunch of my kids. Uh-oh, they are shooting bolts at somebody. Oh. You know what? I don't even need my soldiers. Because the Holy Tax here, Avos here, quite literally has got this. Is just going to go probably solo this entire army all by herself. She's in a martial trance. She just stabbed a goblin to death by stabbing it in the head, which fractured the skull and the brain. She totally, in total, has 9 kills, as well as 1 notable kill now, is charging up the side of the hill, is a legendary observer. Maybe not the best fighter in the world, just an expert. She is fighting with 2 goblins at once at the moment. The thing that will kill her is that if she gets overexerted and drops her spear, then her time becomes limited. She is continuing to fight through the actual walls of goblins, and maybe will... Okay, nope, she's unconscious. Rest in peace, dwarf. You were a legend. Can no longer breathe. She's lost her lungs. These goblins will regret their deeds, though, because the siege is now over. Which means, actually, maybe I could say... What in the shit? Maybe I could save you. Probably doubt it, because you can't breathe, but maybe I could avenge you? They're not doing a very good job killing her because they're all seriously injured or exhausted. What are you doing? You're missing a dwarf that was like unconscious. I mean, they killed her, but she broke their siege. Shameful display of goblin patheticness. Absolutely shameful. I have a feeling that the dwarves are taking the long way. Also, a caravan has just arrived because it's that season. Shameful, truly. Yeah, he's made it. Not much I can do. What a driven... I wonder what properly militarized fort would look like. Would it have pillboxes? This is a militarized dwarven fort. I've taken over like 30% of a once really strong necromancer civ. Like, this is a militarized dwarven fort. Like, I'm not entirely sure what else you would mean as, like, a properly militarized dwarven fort, I guess. Sending this dwarf out because they're pissed. Let's go mechanic shop down here. And let's go one right there. Let's go craft store shop. Those will work. That just takes everything. I mean, that's just called world domination. Like, the problem that I have with doing forts like that is I find that they get really boring pretty quickly. Like, kind of boring kind of quickly. Which doesn't mean that they can't be fun. Like, they certainly can be. But they get pretty samey after a little bit. So I'm just gonna sell a shit ton of clothing as one does. And then we'll finish the bedrooms. I mean, if you're going to do that, then they have to just use bucklers and spears, though. If you're going to make it, this is Dwarfta. Although dwarves, I don't know. Dwarves seem more like Gauls to me. Like, I feel like the dwarves would be more akin to, like, Asterix and Obelix fighting against Sparta. You know? Except it's like Eurist and Mincot. You follow? No, I saw it. I had to double check that I saw what you were referring to, but yeah, no, I saw it. I just didn't respond to it. There's just a lot going on in game at the moment. Jasper. But yes, I did see it. Let's get rid of you, you, you. You, you. 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 And you. Let's go totems, I think. I think I still have a ton of those. Yes, I do. Still consistently have totems. Let's go... look through finished goods bins. Such as this. There's a named gem in there that I certainly did not make. Yeah, I could sell that. And here come the dwarves. Did they finish up the arena roof? Yes, they did. Nolan the Trader has been possessed. And we've got dwarves in here engraving things, which is lovely. You'll love to see that. Which means quite literally all we need to do is engrave the arena. And then it's time to open the door and christen the arena with its first battle. I know, right, Jasper? What do you mean, talk mode? The mountain halls of Landstones, far to the southeast, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, generic dwarf. Also, Burton, your cat lady's still alive, by the way. Still has 5 cats. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what talk mode is. Unless that's, like, something that is outside of the realm of the stuff I generally follow. I know that you can, like, talk with people in adventure mode, but that's probably not what you're talking about. The arena looks so cool. Yeah. Only traps? So just normal. Okay, so that's funny to me. And I'm gonna say this and try not to sound elitist. So for a long time, a lot of people played Dwarf Fortress and had no fucking idea how the military screen worked, yours truly included. So I'd say like the first 4 years, and also probably the first year that I streamed this game as well. Like the first 4 years I played this game and probably the first year or two that I streamed this game, I had no fucking idea of how the military screen worked. Like I know how it works now and I know how to use I also know how the old one works now. But that's just normal Dwarf Fortress. It is like no combat, only traps. It's like no, that's just normal Dwarf Fort for. Yeah, it used to be a little bit more confuddling. It also used to be way easier to accidentally like unassign your whole military and stuff. Like it used to be a lot more fiddly. But like it's really funny that people it really like actually what it means to me is that it says a lot about how approachable the game is now. You know? Because like if the game wasn't that approachable now, then people wouldn't refer to it as that. Oh, really? Yeah, I've gotten good enough at not clicking that button, but they really need to add like a "are you sure" confirmation bubble on that. Like that would be kind of a huge deal if they ever did, but I mean, I'll tell you this, Kisei. Dwarf Fortress was a very different game back then. It was a much more simplistic game back then. There was a lot less stuff in the game back then. Like if we're talking like if you started playing Dwarf Fortress in 2010 as an example, there was a lot of things about the game that were a lot simpler, and it had a lot less going on under the hood, which in some ways made it much easier to learn. The barrier to entry back then was entirely just, well, we're in an ad break on Twitch, so I have to pause anyway. Was entirely this, right? Like learning what you're looking at, and even for people who liked ASCII games, Dwarf Fortress was a dense ASCII game. Right? Like there was a lot going on in Dwarf Fortress, and even if you played a lot of games like this and were used to looking at games like this, it was still kind of a lot. And so now the learning curve is just different, right? It's still a tricky game to learn because there's a lot of it, but it went from being a game that was obtuse, interesting, and compelling to really big, interesting, and compelling, and still kind of obtuse. It's actually not that much easier to learn Dwarf Fortress now. I think it's just the initial barrier to entry is slightly lower because of the fact that people aren't scared away by the look of it. Yeah, that's fair. UGDPY. I would say if you can, turn up the volume of the stream, Contraman, and turn down the volume of your web browser. Turn up the volume of the stream, turn down the volume of your web browser, and you won't have that problem as much. Actually, hold on. Who's trading with me? This is my faction, so... But they're trading last, it seems? Okay, well. What all do I want from you guys? Actually, just gonna buy their bags. Buy the bags, buy the bolts. Add stuff from here until I get the value I need. There we go. That does it. I'll buy the blueberries. I'll buy the leaves and fruit. I'll buy their thread. Why not? I'll buy the crutches because I'm lazy. And trade. Next on the list. Buy their bars. Buy their gems. For weight. Buy everything but the bee venom. Buy the toga, because why not? Buy the books and the scrolls and trade. Let's go to the next one. Buy the bars. Buy a single copper cage. Seeds, 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 seeds. Buy those. Buy the book. Buy the scroll. And trade. And then the last one's my faction, which haven't finished unloading yet. So let them finish bringing items. Yeah, no, I mean it's just an easier game to approach from the get-go. It's still not easy though. And it's still got its fair share of like indie developed clunk. You just got back into the game, Bee Village, and you're super excited again, but what's to do with growing livestock? Do you butcher it all manually? You don't know how to survive without DF hack? Have 2 brain cells and remember to like once or twice a year go in here and then slaughter like a couple dozen things and things that you don't want overbreeding, which actually my puppies are kind of overbreeding. Things that you don't want overbreeding, just do this occasionally and slaughter all the females. It's like not actually difficult at all. I don't know. I've always done it, so I don't find that to be like an issue. If I had updates, I would be screaming about it constantly. I posted a thing on the Dwarf Fortress community section. The thing is, like, news has come out, Jasper, but it's always so small and, like, theoretical that, like, it's not really worth talking about, and people ask me every 90 seconds. Exclamation point specs is probably what you're looking for, pickle juice, but it's out of date. I won't tell you which part, though. It's the hard drives. Hard drives have been changed, but I now have a server, so there's just less hard drives in my computer. I now have 64 terabytes. So, like, I mean, if you just go to Bay 12 and look at the most recent thing that Tarn posted, it'll tell you literally all of the news that's come out in the last 2 months. 3 months, even. So it's like, I kind of just brush that question off whenever it comes up, and then people call me mean, and I'm like, well, like, if you did 3 seconds of reading, I wouldn't have to answer that question for you. Because that's genuinely the best place to go. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. But yeah, I don't know. Be vigilant. It's hard for me to answer the animals thing because I've never really used a lot of DF hack. I've always found it to be a bit more either expose information I don't want or expose too much information or make things feel like the game's playing itself. And so I'm just so used to managing animals and livestock and stuff that I just kind of do it out of habit. Like really, I don't know. I didn't learn the game with DF hack because when I learned the game initially, DF hack had this bad habit of crashing the game, which is how Dwarf Fortress got the reputation of being very crashy. Dwarf Fortress itself was never particularly crashy, but it gained that reputation because of DF hack and a lot of DF hack scripts at the time, which were very unstable. We're getting more migrants, which is lovely. And because of that, like, I never really found it to be worth the hassle to learn 3 pieces of software that was complicated with fiddly UI instead of 1 piece of software that was complicated with fiddly UI, and then the game never crashed on my computer. Whereas with DF hack, I would get random crashes, most of them involving tile sets actually, and text will be text was apparently a big culprit, which I learned later down the line, but I learned the game without that stuff because, like, 1 in 3 times when you load a new fort, the game crashes. Like, it's a pretty easy excuse for me to go, you know, I'd rather just have the stability instead of the extra additions. Leading causes of not getting migrants? Being at war with your own faction, not trading enough to your faction, not trading with your faction, merchants being stuck on your map, and hitting your, like, migrant cap. Or, like, your faction literally being dead. Or in, like, all-out war with something. Or being isolated from them and them not being able to get to you. Nothing really eats my FPS these days outside of, like, severe pathing errors, which don't happen that often. So, no. I mean, back in the day, like, I'm talking, like, this is not current information. This is, like, pre-Steam by kind of a lot. I never used graphical tile sets because they lagged. Like, do you guys remember when Dwarf Fortress first released on Steam and it kind of ran like shit? And I know somebody will be like, it still runs like shit. Fuck off. It ran like shit. All of the menus felt clunky. There was a slight delay behind them when you'd click them. Panning the camera felt like shit. Like the frame rate slowed down kind of quickly. It's because the game used to render the graphics on the CPU. The reason it could do that and get away with that on most systems is because the graphics was like this. It was like 32 characters and like 32 colors. Very, very small number of graphic with minimal pixel. And so very easy render on graphics. So if you used an ASCII tile set that was just limited characters like that, the game ran and was super responsive. But if you used a graphical tile set like Space Fox or Obsidian or Mayday, I never liked using those tile sets because I learned the game initially on an ASCII tile set. And when I used the graphical tile sets, I felt like the game ran like shit. And I couldn't figure out why. Well, it turns out it's because it was rendering the graphics on the CPU and not on the GPU. So when they moved to SDL2 in the Steam version, that just became a non-issue. So... Oh, basically, yeah. No, absolutely. Also, like, the maintainers of DFHack have a lot more access now, and, like, Tarn's a lot better at working with them, so... Plus, like, Putnam's on the team, and Putnam's is an old maintainer anyway, so... And active contributor to DFHack, so... You know, it's, like, everybody's in a better spot right now with the game. Quite literally everybody. Regardless of how you play it. And also, for clarity here, me not using DFHack that much... I'm not trying to do it as like a flex. It's just literally just how I'm used to playing the game. Like, it feels weird using a lot of the automated systems, even though, yeah, no, obviously they're helpful. Totally. The only one that actually, like, bugs me is the one that tells you when people are stuck. Or tells you when you have a moody dwarf. Because I want to have to remember that, otherwise I actually just feel like I'm cheating. Grab the graphite block. Let's just get the last few of these items gotten rid of. Yeah, it's just this is how I'm used to playing it. Which also comes with the benefit of, like, people know me for my tutorials, so if somebody asks how to do something, it's easier for me to show them if I'm not using DFHack. And I do, unironically, believe that it is a better way to learn Dwarf Fortress is to initially learn it without DFHack, because then you learn what the game is asking for, and you learn what DFHack is doing under the hood. So then when you start using it, which will probably happen inevitably for most people, you know exactly what to turn on and off because you know what you want to have as an assist, if that makes sense. Totally. Like, you know, a lot of people like that. I really wish that the game had a vanilla feature that would allow us to... That's funny. He literally wants to trade for it, but he can't carry it because it's too much weight. I really wish that there was a vanilla feature that would allow us to mass unsuspend, like in here maybe. Like, that would be cool. But I don't know. I think the issue that I actually have with DFHack is more of the attitude towards DFHack, which is, I don't see this very often, but this is something that actually bothers me about DFHack a whole lot, because I have it running, right? This. See this rectile dimensions? That's on by default, normally. If you have DFHack installed, it disables that when you start it up, because DFHack has its own version. But I don't like it, because it has the DFHack logo on it. I like the one that just looks like this. It's nicer. Prefer it. Genuinely. And it bugs me that it disables that whenever I turn the game on. I hate it. Like, it's this kind of... Our way of playing the game is the right way of playing the game, and you need it. It's fair. I get it. It's useful. But, like, some of us want to play the game without that. I don't want, like, a DFHack watermark on all of the menus. I want the game to feel more the way it was built, if that makes any sense. What I'm truly looking forward to in the future of Dwarf Fort, though, is the supposed UI modding tools that could theoretically happen in the next couple of years. That's what I'm looking forward to with the Lua updates, the Luification of the RAWs. That's something I'm looking forward to. Looks like some of the traders are leaving. If I actually scroll all the way down to the bottom, you can see them loading up the items. See? Yeah, I don't think Dwarf Fortress will ever get truly crazy mods, with the exception of the sort of things they already have, until, and this is a big asterisk, until Dwarf Fortress... I'm very confused. Did you not have... No, you were the one that was getting another turkey, right? Until Dwarf Fortress gets a bigger player base. And until that point, I don't really see things going super crazy. Because mods take a lot of time to build, and in order to get crazy mod makers doing genuinely crazy things, you need to have a bigger player base than the game currently has. Like, there's lots of games out there that I've played that could have absurd modding communities that have crazy good mod support, and like, well, it kind of doesn't matter because nobody plays them, you know? Enjoy Stormlight Archive. Orc with bow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like, for better or for worse, it's been this way for a minute. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have the biggest influx of new players, right? It did for about 72 hours when the game launched on Steam, and maybe for like the following week. But that has slowed right down. And it's, you know, it's kind of been an uphill battle since. You know, even Tarn said it, like, when he was on the stream the last time I had him on. He's like, you know, we're just trying to stay active and not dead. Because that's that's video games. Just gonna pave some floors. I'll take out the metal from the walls. Not to seem like I'm playing dumb, but wasn't secrets one of the things that was changed with the luification of stuff, or was that just the creatures they can create? I'm pretty sure that was one of the things that just got, like, updated with the luification, though. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong. I think really what it is people expect at least this is my perspective. People expect a different kind of mod support. Like, traditionally, I think Dwarf Fortress has pretty excellent mod support. But the thing is, what is good, or what I guess was good, maybe is the better words to use here, 15 years ago isn't impressive anymore. You need to compete and stand up against, if not be better than, the best of the best. The Forgotten Beast Shedim has come, a gigantic feathered sloth. It has 3 long, straight tails, and it undulates rhythmically. Its heliotrope treasures. Feathers are downy. Beware its deadly blood. I'm also going to up the priority of this, because they've got a lot of unrelated mining they've got to do as well. So I just want them to do this stuff first. All right, Beast, where are you? Oh, there you are. No kills, eh? Well, it's pretty looking. Thank you, Prior Knight. I've seen dwarves with 20-something crowns on. So, no, not really. If there is, it's like their own greed. But yeah, no, I think the I'm just trying to scroll up in chat to see what I've missed. One issue now is that mods you make might be broken by each game update. Mate, that's the problem with every single game with mods. The beauty of Dwarf Fortress, though, is it's DRM free. Just go into your game files, copy this install directory, paste it somewhere else, and then use that with your mod. Like, if you have a version that's modded in a specific way that you like, back it up. With 2 or 3 toes, I have no way of checking. Not unless it steps in a puddle. Yeah, I have no way of checking unless it gets covered in a liquid. It sounds like you were following an old guide. Or I ended up doing things that people used to do back in the day in regards to a dwarf wearing 5 layers of chainmail. Zalvi, hi. What's up? Two more squads have left on their journeys. I know that you say that you only do this every couple days and it's not an everyday thing, but my God, you can't convince me it's not an everyday thing because it feels like you do that every day. Like, seriously, man. Curious about how far that's gonna go. Uh-oh. This needs to be walled off. People are hard programmed to min-max, and Dwarf Fortress is a game that you don't need to min-max in the slightest, and I can say that as many times as I want, Gib, and nobody ever listens to me, so trust me, you're not going to make much more headway than I am. Like, I can tell people that all I want, and no one's ever listened to me. It's like, don't follow those old guides. They are not necessary and will just make things harder. That, I think, is another problem that Dwarf Fortress has as a video game. Is, I'm currently recording a story for my YouTube channel called Boat Murdered. You may have heard of it. And, like, I'm just doing a read-through for YouTube, right? And there's a lot of things in that tale that are frequently and actively reproduced by the community and reposted and talked about, which is cool. But a lot of it is very inaccurate to how the game works mechanically now. And some things that they're doing in that version of the game from 2007 are completely different than how the game works now. And there's concerns that they have in that story, which make for a great story. But we're wrong then? Like, there's a few things I've read so far where I'm like, rereading this after so much time and going, yeah, that wasn't a case back then. Like, they're misinterpreting how a mechanic works. Which, like I said, makes for good storytelling. But I do think that's, in some ways, Dwarf Fortress is a victim of its own success. Like, it is a game that has a lot of notoriety and has had a lot of stories told about it. And a lot of those stories are completely out of date. And a lot of people read those stories, don't realize that they're out of date, and then try and figure out how to recreate those things and can't. There is a longer one. I got some people to recommend a few recently to remind me of ones that I either hadn't found before or like should go out of my way to find. And there's one that somebody recommended that I hadn't heard of that is like 4 times as long. So I think people think Catsplosion is a funny word and keep saying it. I'm not even talking about Catsplosions. I'm talking about things like armor stacking. I'm talking about things like danger rooms. I'm talking about things like all elephants being aggressive murder monsters. That one breathes fire. You've completely forgotten what happened in it? Excellent. Don't read it. Just wait for my video to watch it, to come out, and then watch it in full. Perfect. You are my target audience, friend. To be fair, it's been years since I've read Boat Murdered, and I've forgotten what's happened in most of it. Sup, are you alive? Yes. In real life and in game, I presume. The only method currently for teaching dwarves to swim, I can think of like 4. You can fire a dwarf through a minecart through the water, which is lol, and you can partially flood sections of your fort. I'm not gonna lie. So in YouTube chat, Brian says the only mod I'd like for Tarn to at least look at is the swimming pool mod because the current method of teaching dwarves to swim is so harsh to watch. Can I just say, I like that dwarves can't swim. Like a lot. For 2 reasons. The first is they don't go out of their way to path into water. Imagine if they did. Like if water wasn't like an immediate death sentence to most dwarves, if they would just run into water, right? That would be hell. In any map where water freezes, for one thing. But that would be a nightmare if there's a waterfall, if there's deep water, if there's things in the water that are dangerous. I'm happy that dwarves can't swim for mechanical reasons. Yeah. I think it would make sense for, like, humans to swim if they were a playable faction. But I think that the dwarves not being able to swim is actually a good thing. Also, they short and dense. You know, like if a dwarf in full steel armor falls into a pond, he should drown. Anyway, the beast says Lu, Dakundo. We need more Dakundo in the fortress. A huge scaly otter, duh. It has a broad horn and it undulates rhythmically. Its teal scales are small and far apart. Beware its fire. Ooh, this one is catchable. So are you going to go be an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object with the forgotten beast made of water? Or is that one already dead? You have no kills. Let's, put up this. Open up this. Let's close this. Let's close this. And this is the one that we'll try and open. I don't want everything to be convenient to do. I mean, that's my take on construction being clunky in Dwarf Fort, is like, I want it to be an achievement to build a fucking castle. I don't want building a fucking castle to be straightforward. Because if building a castle is straightforward, then I don't feel the same level of ridiculous satisfaction having built something ridiculous, you know? We're about to get hit by ads in about 30 seconds, so maybe mute your tab if you're worried about loud volumes. I have no control over it. I wish I had control over it. I'm sorry. Let's just pause. And jump up to here. And just finish up some of these bedrooms. You play Minecraft with the kids for that? I mean, I think, like, the first thing that you should do if you're playing Dwarf Fortress is build below ground. And then once you've mastered the ability to build below ground, that's when you start coming up with all of the fun techniques to do weird kind of jury-rigged sideways building that shouldn't work, but does if you know what you're doing. And then you can build cool, impressive above-ground structures, and everybody else goes, wow, and makes, like, the anime sound effect. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of, I don't know. It's the I'm good at this game flex. And I think that a game like this kind of needs a higher skill ceiling. I mean, like, if you want easy building, that's what Build Now and DF Hack is there for, I guess. Let's just go through and assign a bunch of dwarves so that I can see who still needs bedrooms, and we're in ads anyway, so. I still need quite a few, don't I? I have a question, Prior Night. One, can you hear me right now, and are you in an ad, or should I wait for a minute before asking this? And two, why? Why are you struggling with that? Why do you need to satisfy every need for every dwarf? Is actually the question. And then the bigger, more philosophical question is, do you actually need to satisfy every need on every dwarf? That Tarn's talked about wanting to bring that stuff back, Jasper, but it would require the like pretty big engine rewrites they need to do for the map rewrite stuff, which will happen at some point. You enjoy making them happy? Well, think about it this way. A dwarf that wants to acquire an object usually just means they want to acquire objects of higher value. So make more higher value items. If you want them to acquire objects, they need to be hauling it in order to claim it, unless it's something they need. So figure out some method of getting them to rehaul the same crafts over and over. I like to use minecarts for this. I call it a gift shop. Third thing is, it is literally impossible to make every dwarf satisfy every need. Dwarves are supposed to be imperfect. Tarn did a talk a number of years ago at some university, where he basically talks about how the characters in Dwarf Fortress were boring until he made them broken and imperfect. Basically, they went through and they were adding traits and personalities to dwarves, right? Then they went back and they added shitty traits that make them greedy or mean or breakable or very imperfect, making them kind of like imperfect creatures, right? And he's like, and that was the point where the dwarves suddenly gained believable personalities. And I think that this kind of factors into that a little bit. Like, I think people are used to playing games like The Sims, where if you don't satisfy every need, the character collapses after a bit and you lose the game. You could have like the happiest dwarf in the fortress and they are super happy because they're impervious to the effects of stress after seeing their mother die, and they don't even feel a connection to any beings because they saw 5 goblins die, and because their pet bunny rabbit died in front of them of old age while they were sleeping when they were 2, they are now zany and feel joy because their clothing rotted off their body. Anyway, the demons are invading and they're a green, happy, smiley face. Like, that to me is what makes the game cool, is that they're broken half the time, I guess. I love that part of it. And like, I can see why you'd find it frustrating, but I don't know. My advice is just make much higher value clothing and produce a lot of clothing, because clothing is the easiest way to satisfy that need, because it's the thing that they go grab regardless of if they need it or not. If there's a new type of clothing, they'll just go equip it, and that often satisfies the need to acquire a new object. Let me just unforbid a lot of this, and then we'll go follow those beasts and see where they're at. Oh, shit. I fucked up. And wasn't paying attention. Well, turns out dwarves make pretty good bait. Also, the trader's gone Stark rating mad? What? One of my dwarves? Did I miss a mood? I must have. Huh. Weird. Oi. Stop it. Okay. That is now a lot safer. Let's turn hauling back on. How many dragons? Dragons or cave dragons? Because they're very different things. Dragons? 2, I think? Cave dragons? I don't know, hundreds. There's a cat in the caverns. The Cavern of Puppets. So it seems that the Forgotten Beast made of teal that has fire killed the Forgotten Beast made of water. Their name is Puddle Growl, by the way. I didn't want to make the joke, spooky skeleton, but well done. Confined in the caverns who will only attend meetings for about 7 years now. Sounds like one of your dwarves. All the other shrews who fell in battle, do you think he's nuts? It's a good thing that attend meetings don't, like, bring your fort down to a crawl anymore. Who's my... Aside from that dwarf who's stark raving mad. I'm going to go capture another place. Demand, surrender, and occupy. Good luck, dwarf. This is just a very stressed out dwarf. I'm sending them off map to go demand, surrender, and occupy of a place. Totally forgot how I had this stockpile here. Man, I wish cats would listen to instructions. My life would be much easier. Gotta let that dwarf out. Who's currently thirsty. There you go. You're free. Same with your kitten. Now I'm gonna close this again. You haven't seen a fell mood in the Steam version? Yeah, because the game's in a very easy state right now. You have to try really hard to get a fell mood. At least when it comes to that kind of difficulty, like tantruming difficulty, which I do think is a good thing. But Tarn talked about this a little while ago, and I know I always... The number of times I start a sentence with, Tarn spoke about on my streams, like if chat got $1 for every time I said that, chat would get like $12 a day. I'm very glad I don't pay you guys. This is why I don't view bot like a stupid person. Anyway, what do you call it? Tarn talked a while ago about how stress was too much for a really long time, which is where like all the stories of tantrum spirals and stuff come from. Those literally cannot happen in the way that they used to. Like, obviously, you can have a bunch of upset dwarves and they can tantrum. Certainly, that can happen. But you don't really get this same level of absurdity that you used to with tantrum spirals. Essentially meaning that, while, yeah, dwarves could tantrum and it could spiral out of control, still, you don't have, like, one dwarf that tantrums that then punches a dwarf that causes 40 other dwarves to spontaneously tantrum. That doesn't happen anymore. And a lot of things, especially in later version 47, it was like for 47.05, like after the 47.04 area, which was like a year in between patches, when 47.05 came out, the way they socialize was changed. So instead of the dwarves going into taverns and socializing, they actually like bunch up. And if you go to any kind of public area where they're socializing, I probably don't have any dwarves socializing in a group right now, otherwise I'd show you. But if you go to an area where there's a bunch of dwarves socializing, they actually kind of stand and occupy in similar spaces. Okay, well, there's literally just one dwarf left in here. But yeah, they like walk up to each other. And the reason they do that is dwarves have to be in a very close proximity to actually talk and make friends. And in version 47.04, the meta was, if you're gonna, or like the way you played was, if you're gonna make a tavern, it was that big. They'd never dance, you'd never see any of that, but you'd have a lot of very happy dwarves that were friends that socialized. Otherwise, they would unsuccessfully socialize and never see any friends or never see any family. And also, I need to give these dwarves a break because I've been overworking these dwarves to fucking hell for months, years in game at this point, trying to finish this arena. So, but I'm actually just gonna get rid of all this. It's just low priority at the moment. But yeah, no, the actual reality was it was just much harder to keep your dwarves sane. Which is just not really the case anymore. Speaking of not really the case anymore, this dwarf needs a tomb. And so because it's a lot easier to keep dwarves sane now, that's a good thing, and I think also a bad thing. Let's just make sure that you have a tomb. Now I'm realizing I don't remember what the name of that dwarf was. But it is Avos. The reason it's a lot easier now to keep your dwarves sane is because Tarn is, supposedly, working on systems that are going to make a lot of those mechanics a lot harder. Okay, no, you do have a burial chamber. That's good. So if, like, they're planning to make combat and stress harder, which I think we're starting to see the beginnings of with the siege stuff, it would make sense that you would first have some systems to compensate for that difficulty, right? At least in my mind, that makes sense. What's your solution for cave adaptation? Right now, this dwarf is outside. I always have some portion of the fort that's outdoors if I don't want them cave adapted. Otherwise, I just tell them to leave through the caverns so that they don't go above ground if they have to fight something. It's literally that. That's my solution to it. What's your solution? But yeah, a little bit of above ground farming is a pretty good way to do it too. I wonder if it's possible to tweak the propensity for tantrums like a mod. Are you saying that you don't want tantrums in your fort? Probably, Jody? I mean, like, you could change the dwarf base personalities for a faction and then hardcode that into a world. That's possible. Because, yeah, if you play some adventure mode, you'll see that they're pretty faction-based. I'm also going to, I think, make a puppy cage. Sorry to anybody who likes puppies. Does glass still let light through? Because I've tried building glass roofs for fortresses that are cave adapted, and I don't see dwarves vomiting underneath it. Oh, you want tantrums worse? I mean, you could just turn up, like, that would require some pretty simple RAWs edits. Yeah, that would just require some pretty simple RAWs edits. But there's some pretty heavy hard-coded changes that have changed how tantrums work. There used to be actual bugs that caused tantrum spirals to happen the way that people think of them that just straight up can't happen. And all my food stockpiles are full. That's the actual problem here. That just straight up can't happen anymore. As an example, like, loyalty could be broken by a tantrum, which is part of what would cause dwarf to tantrum. Like, all of Boat Murdered, right? The reason the elephants are so violent in Boat Murdered is because of the way faction alignment used to work in Dwarf Fortress. In those older versions of the game, if a dwarf, if something killed a thing, it was part of a different faction now. So you could have a tame dog that for some reason gets into a fight and kills one of your dwarves. That will just kill a dwarf whenever it sees a dwarf from then on forward. And that used to happen to your own dwarves. So if a dwarf went into a tantrum and murdered one of your dwarves in a tantrum, congratulations, your fort's fucked. Does that make sense? Because they kill one, they kill another, and then somebody kills them, and then everybody kills that dwarf. And then it just snowballs. And that doesn't happen anymore. So, like, you would have to do some pretty hefty things to make tantrums a lot worse again. I'm trying to build an arena and make monsters fight in it. Fortnite Jonathan in YouTube chat. That's a nice clippy. Thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. Twitch chat, can I get a round of beers? YouTube folks, you guys can just hit the party button if you want. Is it PO? You know what? Fuck it. I'll just make a puppy container here. The problem is I can't put any... I can't mix males and females. So that'll be the female puppy bin, and this will be the male puppy bin. Actually, no. Let's just geld all of the male puppies first. Catching up on livestock and such. Got a lot of gelding I need to do anyway. It stops them from breeding. That's what gelding does. It's like getting your cat neutered, you know? Happy to help, Fortnite Johnson. Glad you like the videos. And also sup, don't fear, Phil. What does high skill in it do? So, butchery, gelding, and a lot of those farming-related skills that involve animals, same with shearing, are technically a combat dice roll. As an example, I once saw a dwarf lose an eye because he tried to geld a cat and had never done it before. I also once had a dwarf die because it got kicked in the head by a horse it was trying to geld. So, you kind of actually want your gelders to be like a combat dwarf with good dodging. Because every now and again you'll see a combat log where a cat is at war with a dog. Or where a dog is at war with a dwarf, or a cat is at war with a dwarf. It's only one combat roll, and generally they nail it. So you really need to be too worried. But... you know, maybe like, be careful kind of deal. I'm just gonna make a stockpile right here that's just all thread. Say silk thread, plant thread, yarn, and that's it. But like butchery is also a combat roll, except usually the thing that they're butchering is dead. So it's just a speed related thing. A lot of skills are just, they do it faster. So I don't have a single Gelder primary job dwarf, but I've got a bunch of dwarves that are currently gelding. So spookiest skeleton. Do you want a dwarf that has a beard or a dwarf that doesn't have beard? Also, you can't geld dragons because dragons lay eggs. Egg layers can't be gelded. Several enthusiastic amateurs. I mean, probably the one in the full suit of armor down here is probably the least likely to get kicked in the face. They're also all lady dwarves, so I actually can't ask you if you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard. If you want something unrelated, then I can do that too. Here, we'll give you this one in the suit of armor. Spookiest skeleton is sends shivers down your spine. She does not often. She often feels filled. Let me start this again. She often feels filled with joy, a strengthening after giving birth to a boy in the year 307. She does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress, and has such a developed sense of optimism that she always assumes that the best outcome will eventually occur no matter what. Man, I wish I was like you. She only rarely feels strong cravings or urges and is prone to strong feelings of lust. She generally is moved to mercy. She has a very calm demeanor, and she has a greedy streak. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she tends to avoid crowds, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She is somewhat quarrelsome, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She often feels envious of others, and she has an active sense of humor. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing her mind, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. She personally would have the world operate in complete harmony, without the least bit of strife or disorder. Believes that there is little better in life than a good party, and believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. She thinks that there is something deeply wrong with those that persevere through adversity and sees introspection as important, and values peace over war, and views loyalty unfavorably. She likes calcite as well as silver and yellow diamond. She likes finger lime wood, rope reed fabric, gauntlets, geese for their formation flying, and cheetahs for their speed, and the sight of the shadow of rock, and when possible, prefers to consume cougar, asparagus, and parsnip wine. Hates large roaches. You know, I feel like large rock would probably make a good shadow. She has 3 kids and a friend named Arga. And a close friend named Stackwood who's currently getting a new shirt. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, I feel like that one and hating mosquitoes are like some of the most relatable. It's like, I hate mosquitoes too. It's hard to not hate mosquitoes. Okay, so the thing I'm going to do... Yeah, it looks like they're all just doing yarn. So I'm also going to finally shrink this stockpile, which has just been giant for a while, because it doesn't actually need to be giant anymore. And how many bars do I have? I'm gonna be really silly, chat. We're just gonna forge iron barrels. Make 100 of them. I'm gonna smelt 100 lemonite ore, which is gonna leave me with a lot of extra iron. Because I'm just short on barrels, apparently, and I don't feel like making them out of wood. I killed one. Not too long ago, actually, on Sunday. I killed a mosquito. It tried to land on my arm and I squished it. That's a sentence to read. In the YouTube chat, John says, parsnip wine is a bit strange, but cougar I've had before, and it's very good. I believe that you've had a cougar before. I don't believe that you've had cougar before. You know what I'm saying? I feel like cougar would be very gamey. Whereas if you've had a cougar before, it's just trying too hard. But more power to you, man. I mean, hey, live your life. I think the term there is but okay, enemy. You've had ostrich? That I believe. Drastically increasing the amount of clothing output. Like, we're literally using up the cloth as fast as I can make it and dye it. Like, the problem here is actually just dyeing the cloth more than anything. You've heard that McDonald's chicken McNuggets are really emu? It tastes similar and grows twice as fast. I would have no idea. But also, I would be really hesitant to believe something like that. Just in general. Because I feel like there would be some issues legally there. Like, they would need to have a disclosure, say what people are actually eating. Turns out people don't like eating things that they don't expect. Even if it tastes fine. Greener, thanks for the bits. Oh, shit. I caught a forgotten beast. It's just standing there. I'm gonna lock it in. Right now. You're mine, beastie. Get turkeyed. Is there... Hold up. Is there even a turkey here? Oh no, you breathe fire. He destroyed the evidence. Meanwhile, Diebustin named his shield. That... Okay. Well done, boy. Good dog. That is exceptionally silly. Okay, cool. Excellent. Whoa! So... You know what's wild, chat? You know how the combos just kind of like pop up on the stream for you guys? Thanks for the dollar and bits. Apparently they pop up in my chat now, so I actually know when they're happening. That's kind of neat. Anyway, if you throw bits at the stream by clicking the combo button, you can make nonsense happen. If you're one of the people who care about that. I think we're gonna go... try and raise some goblin pits, like Terror Guard. This is also a really, really good way to quickly train your military. Just go attack things with a really good captain. There they go, dwarves. Good luck. Rest in beans. God, I love that. I love that movie so much. Cabin in the Woods. That's just such a fun movie, man. That's just such a fun movie. It's a good call, though. Definitely a whole lot of aesthetic similarities, if nothing else. Okay, let's get back to these bedrooms. Jesus Christ. Thanks for the $2.50 and all the dinos everywhere. The whole combos thing is very, very Mixer, if anybody remembers Mixer. Remember there used to be a thing in Mixer where you could pay money to like bounce a football around in a chat, and that it would like cost money and make money for the streamer, and I always thought it was super strange, but I mean it was kind of neat. This reminds me of that. Let's see. Let's go here, here, there. Was all shaken up, but was it stirred? Oh, geez, we were in an ad. Just too distracted. Thanks for the bits, guys. And my fort spawned a boogeyman. I mean, if the boogeyman is still there, it'll probably still be there. I don't know. It didn't happen to me. Like I know that was an issue that a lot of people were running into, Caesardes. I have no idea. Like genuinely, because it's not something I've messed with or ran into. It's not an issue I've encountered, but it's clearly a very prolific one that a lot of people have run into. It's just not one that I've encountered. So I don't actually have a good answer for you because I don't know. No, I know what causes it, but I don't know how you get around it now. Or if you even can. You might just have to generate a new world. I know that it's supposedly been fixed, but it could probably happen in this world too, to be honest, because this world was generated before that patch, but I have no idea. I have no idea what you do to get around it, because I haven't encountered it. I think it's hilarious, though. I will say that. It sucks, but kind of in a way that a lot of the bugs in Dwarf Fortress suck, where it's like, that's really funny. But also, oh my god, I'm so sorry. You know? But, Zalvi, are we human or are we dancer? Still wondering. It's that, and what does the fox say? Thanks, Songs, for asking questions and never giving me straight answers. And also, I never did get that advice from the witch doctor. Just a lot of Walla Walla Bing Bangs. They kind of sound like that. Actually, you know, honestly, that's pretty true. They do actually sound like an angry child screaming in regards to foxes. Well, I was talking about songs that ask a lot of questions and never really give me direct answers. Like I said, I never did really get the advice from the witch doctor. All I just heard was all of the nonsense that he shouted. That's all. I'm trying to remember the name of this TV show now, Jody. I want to say it was called like Mansers or something, where it was like just dudes asking questions, but like this was in an era of the world where it wasn't just a problem and terrifying. And it was like a comedy bit thing, and I can't remember where it was on or the actual context for it existing in any way. But you saying that reminds me of that. Correct, Phil. Wasn't that like 2 days ago? No, I super missed that. I also missed like the 5th of November last year. I need to rewatch V for Vendetta. It's a fun movie. So I can't miss that again. My musical comprehension is hurting you? How so? I finished Royal Conservatory for cello at one point. I was a trained classical musician once. Granted, that was a long time ago, but... Sounds like you just need a bigger pun armor. You can whistle pretty good. That's a skill. Shoutouts to the guy who can play harmonica really well, who walks up and down the street sometimes. Zordos, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. It's apparently almost a hype train because of the combos. Contraman, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Squads have returned. Let's see how my pillaging attempt went. The seize attempt that we did. It was rejected. Oh, okay. So my attempts to make the baddies surrender to me failed horribly. They just said no. So let's demand surrender and occupy of a different squad then. Or of a different location. But we then went on a pillaging. As for the hype train, it needs 4 subscriptions or $18 in bits to level up. This was a very far walk that they had to go. Zulban Pubert led the attack, and the goblin Ostruk Spiderbrands, who was outmatched by a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Sergeant Donut, Craft humor. The oily scents clashed with 10 goblins, slaying 1. I'm trying to make a volcano fort. Could I give you some advice? A good room design is one that isn't like open to a ton of threats, doesn't lock the dwarves inside, and looks visually appealing to you. If you want to try and prioritize based on things that should be in close proximity to one another, you can do that as well. Zordos, by the way, thank you very much for the 3 months in advance. Taking advantage of that sale. Appreciate you, man. The colorless armor is led by Logum Dybustin. Clashed with 9 goblins, slaying 8. They clashed with a goblin, slaying them. Thanks for the bits. This might be the biggest combo my channel's ever had. And apparently they looted treasure. What did we get? What did we get? A bunch of nothing. Cool. Including a steel ball, though. We're gonna go pillage Rawnus Menaced. Good luck, dwarves. Back at it again. Spookiest skeleton has bestowed a name Azening upon a steel spear. Greener! Thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Greatly appreciate it, man. Let's get some more bedrooms done. Seriously, dude. Thank you so much. You give me the budget to be able to take the time to make the big videos. That's how this works. So appreciate it. And Greener, Elith, and Cut Here DJ. Thanks for the bits. Appreciate you guys. This is all just limestone. Tarim, can I get a big round of beers for that hype train? Helping keep the channel funded. Because I really do appreciate it. I know sometimes it might seem like I just kind of brush it off, but I'm just not the loudest streamer in the world. It does mean a lot. But I think it's time for us to make something fight something. What do you think, chat? I think it's time for us to finish these last few bedrooms, which shouldn't take too long. And then I think it's time to we figure out some way of getting stuff out of the arena after a fight, which is actually something I need to think about. And I think it's time for us to get something in here to go fight this guy. I'm thinking we do a wear monitor lizard versus Stackhood the Pilgrim for comedy, and Tommy Tallarico has to stay back and fight later, and Mincott the Dwarf mercenary. No, they're horrified and they hate it. Bayo Ikona. They're horrified and they hate it. So they will not be watching. We will be, though, and we will be entertained. Hey? Oh. Dwarf was found dead, dehydrated. That was the dwarf that went stark raving mad a while ago. It's a damn shame, that. But are you entertained by the hype train? That's the real question. No, that dwarf went crazy. Because apparently they failed an artifact, which I missed. Apparently. Will dwarves be fighting as well? Why do I need the dwarves to fight? We've got plenty of monsters to do the fighting for us. Seriously, though, why would I make my dwarves fight? The idea is to make monsters fight. At least that was my... Holy shit. Balls in a handbasket. Jesus Christ almighty. What in the fuck? Neezer, are you okay? Like... I know that I saved the dwarf that was named after you, but like... Holy shit, man. my notification thingy over here just said level 3 finished. No shit, Sherlock. Huh. Well, anyway, that's a level 9 hype train now. It needs 7 more subs to level up. That was a 50 pack of gift subs. 13, 14-hour days for 4 months have to be shared. Yeah, no kidding. Jeez, man. You literally can't make a Gelder's Guild. So I won't make a Gelder's Guild, because Gelder's Guilds don't exist. Farmers Guilds do, which can teach gelding, but that's not a Gelder's Guild. All right, well, that's absurd. Thank you very much for the 50 pack of gift subs, Neezer. Lightning Roger, thanks for the 5 pack. George, thanks for the 10 months. And it needs 65 bits to level up. Or 1 subscription. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words. Choo-choo indeed, dude. Holy shit. Devildawn, thanks for the 10 pack. 99% damn it, it just barely missed. I can't read those words, but hi, Samira. Zachary, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. Serial Lurker, thanks for continuing that subscription. Ice Blue, thanks for the gift. Sergeant Donut Craft Humor, the Oily Sense has been elected to the position of first cut of the Doctrines of Perfection. That's definitely a sushi school. Sparky, 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 thank you for the 5 pack. Appreciate you. Jesus Christ, guys. 50, Brian. That's what I said. Cold-blooded. Thanks for converting that subscription. Appreciate you. The gift that you got from Neezer. Just now, probably, right? I don't ever do that, Tyrannos. Although I usually upload the world when I generate it to my Discord in the save sharing room. This one's up there. It's the last one I uploaded. All right. It now needs 21 subscriptions or $10 and $99 in bits to level up because Greener just threw out a gift. It was 110. Now it's 99. Thank you, Greener. Hype button indeed. No kidding. I haven't had a hype train this high in a while. The channel record's apparently level 22. So, for whatever that's worth. Man. Well, that happened. Yeah, cool. Thanks, chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's kind of all I got. Someone gave me a subscription to you. Yeah, that happens. Twitch just randomly giving them out. You can, if you don't want to get subs like that, Semarino, you can disable being able to be gifted subs to channels you don't follow. I enabled that setting because I got tired of that one person who kept gifting me subs to Amaranth. Like, I had a perma subscription to Amaranth, and I'm like, I don't need to be implicated in this joke anymore. So I turned that setting on because I don't follow Amaranth. People do that because they think it's funny, I guess. And it is kind of funny the first 2 or 3 times it happens. It gets kind of old kind of quick. Cold-blooded, thanks for paying that forward even more and checking out a 5-pack. Appreciate you. No, I just stream. If you stream, you get that kind of thing. If I had no sense of humor, I would call it harassment. Otherwise, I call it kind of funny. Okay, so this is my attempt to seize another location. Did this one also get rejected? Oh, they also rejected my surrender. How dare you reject my surrender? Okay, we'll say surrender this one then. And let's see how the pillaging went. Kvac, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. What you seize is what you get. Okay, so one of my dwarves got struck down by a blind cave ogre. Mankirk in the YouTube chat. Thanks for the £5. Krug Smash is okay. He's still posting on his Discord and his Patreon pretty actively. I think that was another one of my dwarves getting struck down, but we took out a dwarf, or a goblin rather, and another goblin. But yeah, Krug Smash is okay. He's just posting on his Patreon. He just got burnt out on making YouTube videos because it's an in-joke that's stuck around. One of my dwarves killed a enemy dwarf who's allied with my faction. One of my dwarves got struck down. Another one of my dwarves got struck down. We're clashing with 980 trolls. Slaying 3, slaying 10. Looks like I lost another dwarf to a blind cave ogre. No, it's just people who watch streamers think it's funny to troll them. And a harmless way to troll somebody is to gift them a sub to a horny streamer. So there was a person who once said in my chat, Lamau, I'm going to give you a gift to Amaranth every month for the rest of your life. And they did for 4 months, and then I disabled the functionality of that. That's all it is. It's just some harmless trolling. There's literally no more story there than that. Led by the dwarf Diabustin, the influential Tuft of Palaces clashed with 6 cave dragons, slaying 5. Chat room, the hype train has 9 seconds left. Thank you very much for the ridiculous train. It needs 9 more subs to level up, or $43 in bits, but solid attempt. Holy shit. Thanks for the $1, Celestars. Appreciate you. It's 93 subscriptions and $9.35 in bits. And I got an emote, apparently. What is this? It's a clapping thing? It's a clapping thing. But yeah, no, the best way to find out if Krug Smash is okay is just go look at his social medias. I mean, he posts stuff all the time, so. No, Krug Smash ran into something that I've always been terrified of running into, which is like, how do we call it in this industry? I'm sure you guys are familiar with this. Right, yeah, it's burnout. Yeah, he got hit by some pretty bad burnout. And I do think that, like, something that you might notice about my stuff if you watch me for a while is I don't really just make the same type of stuff all the time. I do change it up here and there. And I think that if you make very similar stuff every time, it's very easy to feel like you're not actually making something new and feel like you're just making the same thing over and 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 over, etc. If not, then see it as payment for cleaning up for less carrying hikers. Well, cheers, man. That shit frustrates me to no end. Thanks for gift subs, regardless. Appreciate you. It's been kind of a slow month, so I actually really do appreciate it. Aside from the YouTube side of things, the YouTube channel's doing fine right now. But he did say some time ago that he was going to slow down making videos, and then he kept it up for a long time. He did slow down, though. He went from making a video a week to making a video for 2 weeks, and then he'd take a week off, and then he'd make a video once a week for 3 weeks, and then he'd take a week off, and then he'd make a video once a week for 2 weeks, and then he'd take a week off, and then he'd make a video once for every 3 weeks, and then he'd take a week off. But, like, Krug Smash has had a format, right? And, like, if you've watched his stuff for a while, you know what that format is. And, like, I made a type of video for a minute there called Today in Dwarf Fortress, and I did them on a pretty consistent schedule. I did them before I started doing the Dwarf Fortress news videos, and they were like, I'd say, sort of in a way, like a prototype of the big videos I make now, except they were like 6 minutes long and made using older versions of Dwarf Fort. And I made like 25 of them, and then I stopped. And the reason I stopped wasn't because I didn't really want to make them anymore, but it was because I felt like I was just making the same video over and over again. We conquered another Hillix. This is Galligoals. It's been added to my holdings. Well done, dwarves. So, like, it certainly happens to a lot of people in this industry. Like, a lot of people hit that point where, like, you just kind of feel like you're doing the same thing over and over and over again and your life has no meaning. And that is a bad place to be. And I really like Krugs. I really like the work that he does. I think he's extremely influential to, like, not only myself, but, like, largely, I think, the entirety of, like, the Dwarf Fortress community. But the reality is, like, he had a format and stuck to that format. And if you don't make any drastic changes to that format, it's very difficult to not change. And I think he's going through a period of change, whether that means he's going to start making YouTube videos again of something completely different, or if he's never going to make YouTube videos again. You know, a YouTuber I've followed for a really long time is Pat the NES Punk. I remember seeing his videos when I was a wee lad, and I listened to his podcast for a number of years, and still sometimes do. He went from, like, being a full-time YouTuber to, like, writing big compilation book reviews of Nintendo games, like retro games, and, like, does better than he did on YouTube. And it's like, people just make that shift sometimes, and sometimes it's the right decision. And if it's the right decision, honestly, more power to him. Like, that's all I can really say. There's just more power to him. He should do what makes him happy. But he's certainly okay. Famine Noir, the fish dissector, withdraws from society. Just going to connect all of these to this lever. 94 Tails, thanks for converting that Prime subscription. They claim a clother shop. I'm just trying to keep these mechanisms selected. Please don't give dwarves to a group of people. If you want to give somebody specific a dwarf, I'll permit it. But the whole point, Jody, of me making the dwarf naming system cheap and frequent is so that people don't do that. So I'm going to ask you nicely, please, if you would like to do that, just select somebody. Or, what would you like to be named? You don't have a dwarf, so you're good. But, like, just for future reference, like, name a door, you know, or a table. One dwarf with beard, farmer or otherwise, right? Farmer. How about this one? Preparing a lavish meal. Probably. Thumbs up. What, did he just get tired? Villagen? I think, like, you need to remember, people quit jobs all the time as well. Like, that's another thing that I think people in this industry and, like, especially in the era of, like, mini celebrities on YouTube and stuff, is people quit jobs all the damn time. Like, you know? His voice has craftsmanship of the highest quality, and his illustrations are delightful. Yeah, no problem, dude. You know what's something I wish Krug Smash would do? I really wish he would just take his full series and upload them as one video to YouTube. I wish he would be that guy for two reasons. One, he would get paid a lot more money for those videos now than he did when he originally made them. And two, it would be really healthy for the game. Like, even if he just did it like once a month, just like start from the beginning, bundle all the video up into one big video and release it. Go to the next one, bundle the whole video up into one thing. Done. Just repeat. I do have a farmer's guild. What are you talking about? Anyway, this dwarf thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. It tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. I'm also hearing notifications from like a while ago. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He's slow to anger and often feels lustful. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He enjoys the company of others and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He can handle stress and is quick to form negative views about things. He is grateful when others help him out and he tries to return favors. And he isn't particularly ambitious. He stiffens up when he's surprised and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds the pursuit of skill master to be off-putting and doesn't care about nature one way or another. He likes phthalite as well as lay pewter and precious fire opal, horse hoof, hemp fabric, armor stands, toy axes, and chickens for their clucking. The words of the early dress, the sight of the earth and aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven ale, hemp flour, and hates jumping spiders. In this fort, they wouldn't be anywhere near as happy as they are without using a mist generator, but I personally find that to be a little bit of cheating. Normally my dwarves aren't this happy, but generally you can keep them relatively happy by simply having like a library, at least one guild hall that's public, a tavern, and at least one temple, and making sure everybody has clothing and bedrooms, and also food and alcohol, but he prefers to consume dwarven wine and hemp flour and hates jumping spiders. You have a pet rooster who was butchered. I presume that means that your rooster died. And that's it. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, don't overwork them. Overworking them is like the fastest way to piss all of your dwarves off. But yeah, this is certainly helping, let me tell you. I also will pretty frequently like just pause all jobs on a fort and then not let them work for like a year, or maybe not a year, but like maybe a season, couple months. I do that pretty frequently, and that's also pretty critical in keeping your dwarves like actually consistently happy. Actually, where's that strange mood? Oh, works secretly. You've got everything that you need. 2 pieces of high-quality sheepwool cloth, milk opals, and walnut wood locks. Good stuff. You'll love to see it. Let's just do... Dye 200 cloth.
Celistaris cheered. X100. Choo choo.
Actually, let's just do 50. 50. 50. I'm just realizing I haven't increased any of these jobs ever. I probably should. Well, it looks like the notifications are almost over for that hype train. Yeah, right? What the heck-a-roni? No, I've got dumb settings. Some of my settings got reset on my notifications. I need to go and fix them, but I kind of forgot this week. That's on me. More than anything. That is mostly on me. The army of sheep? Yeah. I mean, we've made so many baby sheep in this fort. And most of the dwarves are almost entirely wearing sheep's wool stuff, so there's also that. Let's move all this. Logum Faminoir, the fish dissector, has created Vathaduk Tadithikud, a sheep's wool toga. Oh, that's cool. Artifact I'm actually going to look at. This is a sheep's wool toga. Oh, craftware ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with pear-cut milk opals and cushion-cut clear zircons, and decorated with sheep's wool and walnut wood. It is made from sheep's wool cloth. This object menaces with spikes of sheep's wool. I'm going to give that to my mayor, I think. It'll go nicely with their skirt. Yes, it will. After you're done conducting a meeting up here in the middle of goddamn nowhere. What, use a mist generator, Elith? I mean, the actual secret to happiness in this fortress is whenever the dwarves have to take out the trash, they have to run underneath a waterfall a whole bunch of times. So it's not helping them most of the time, but whenever they take out the garbage. Wait, there's more than one type of dragon in Dwarf Fortress? There's dragons and there's cave dragons. Dragons are a mega beast, cave dragons are not a mega beast. Do they breathe fire? Then they're regular dragons. If they're cave dragons, they came out of cavern level 3. Okay, now you're going to go pick up your equipment. Let's see what Dwarfy McGee here thinks of their new toga. Pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item. Good mayor. Dwarf Lobster over here is linking items to a lever, and streamer McDwarf here is going to go use the toilet. I will be back in a second. Please keep an eye on this dwarf. Make sure they don't get lost. And would you look at that, Bear Hunter, the militia captain, has bestowed a name, Bubnus Satas, upon a steel shield. Bubnus sat on his ass. That's what, Bubnus Satas? Bubnus Satas! Get over here! We're supposed to finish your work! Does kind of sound like a funny bit part character. Okay. This is now all set up correctly. So it opens these two and this. Actually, it probably closes those two and then opens that. Let's try pulling this and see what it does. I may have to connect these to different levers now that I'm looking at it. Okay, so that makes you disappear and you appear. What if I pull it again? Yeah, well, I screwed that up. Alright, I'll just deconstruct these. That's fine. I thought I put those there for style points, but not really. Let's go over to... Here and put in the dwarf. Let's go here. Put in the other dwarf. Let's go here. Got a bunch of ravens. Got a bunch of lead cages. And that should be everything. And then what I can do is I can seal that off, this off, and that bottom layer level off. And then once all these are connected to lever, then we can let the games begin, if you will. I'm sure chat won't behave, and I will do my best to keep up the good work. I am working on something. So... hopefully you've heard tell of it. So we're going to make 2 zombies, a necromancer, and a bronze colossus walk into a bar and see who wins. Over here, I'm going to place a bunch of cage traps. So that I can release stuff from here. So first we're getting these dwarf cages set up. And we can truly witness violence. The other question is, should I throw in some sheep for chaos or anything? Because I could also just toss some sheep into the middle. I'm just doing chores, Caesardes. What are you talking about? I don't have any crundles. If I had some, I would. I just released a new mug. Well, why do I need to release more new mugs? Well, the Spearmaster has bestowed a name upon a steel shield. We're going to throw some sheep in. The naming system has a 25-minute cooldown, yep. Is it possible to name the monsters? We can agree upon names for the winners if you like. But that's something you just got to get ahead of and do. There's tons of monsters. They're not all going to fight right now. And then they go down here and grab this. But yeah, if you want to name somebody, you kind of got to get ahead of it. It is going to take me a little bit still to set the rest of this stuff up because I need to connect you to a lever. I need to connect you to a lever. I need to click in the right spot. I need to connect you to a lever. And I need to connect you to a lever. I then need to close this. And we need to wait for these traps to get loaded. No, they're not. Gnomes are like Crundles. They have no ability to converse or speak. And if they have no ability to converse or speak, they can't, or not, yeah, I guess Crundles. I meant kobolds. But if they have no ability to converse or speak, they can't, like, join factions and become friendly. However, an intelligent undead gnome could theoretically join a performance troop. So maybe if you had an intelligent undead one, but it's extremely unlikely. But they can't talk, so you'd have to mod. If you mod your game to give them language, then yeah. Otherwise, it's virtually impossible. Give me $20 in a super chat, Cesardes, and I'll add kittens. Otherwise, I'll feel like a bad person. But $20 is $20. Unless, like, Neezer tells me to add kittens. Neezer's earned that. Aren't they too tiny for clothing, though? I presume you would have to mod in clothing. I don't know. I've never tried making... Yeah, no. I mean, maybe they can fit, like, kobold-sized clothing, but I doubt it. I like gnomes as, like, a weird pest, though. I think that makes them kind of fun. The dead walk, still while I hide can. Great. You know what? I'm going to show how much I care. Go get him. Atir. You got this. You and your 4 kills. Same with you, Pilot, and your 96 and 17. And Abel back here with 5. This dwarf right here. 28 years old. And ready for, maybe not anything, but at the very least ready to kill a whole bunch of zombies. Gnomes are always naked. I think gnomes, because they're wild animals, probably don't get any negative thoughts about being naked. They just drink alcohol. They're kind of like bears. Bears do literally... Oh, did you decide to go get provisions or something? Bears do literally the exact same thing. Like, they just drink alcohol. That's their whole goal, is to drink your booze. Which I think is really funny, personally. That's 3. It's jumping repeatedly. 4. It's probably getting tired. Nope, not yet. I think that's the siege done. Well job, guys. Well job. Back to work. Oh, never mind. A force of vile darkness has come and is sleeking a parlay. I'm going to send this squad back over here to kill them and also actually just station right there. The captain hasn't even made it out. Just turn around. And also I will bring this squad, and this squad and send them all right here. I'm also going to... I think I'm actually just going to real quick change an order, which is... Yeah, I'm going to turn those on. And also just deny your goddamn parlay. This is going to be really funny. Just wait. You see, because they can only come in one at a time, so they're literally coming in single file. Hey, look, a cat. Now we just need to wait for my squatties to get over here. To get over here! Some of them are going back. For need a nappy time reasons. Yeah, they're just like a really small, bald, bearded bear. Sure. I don't know. I like gnomes in Dwarf Fort. I just don't want them in my fort. Just look at all these bits and pieces. Oh my god, this is great. Just look at that. Oh, it's so ridiculous. So absolutely ridiculous. That wasn't one of mine, was it? No, it was just a zombie. There goes Poobert. Cap'n Poobert. Who's got 126 kills. Is getting a little tired, though. He's chasing his way through the goblin hordes on the side of the hill. And to save my dwarves from having to pick this up, I do actually have a solution. Which is, first, they just need to keep fighting until, you know, the siege stops, which means actually just stationing right where they're stationed, which is, like, right here. And then once the dwarves get out of here, I'm gonna turn the fire on and just burn this whole fucking area. They do, and dwarves can't understand them because they're so high-pitched that their speech is incomprehensible to a dwarf. Sort of like how dogs speak dog, but we can't speak dog. We just speak bark because the sounds dog make is too high-pitched for us. I'm gonna pretend that's how dogs work. I don't actually know if that's how dogs work. Just bring them all in at once. So now there's a very large stack of not friendly things that all came in at once. Rag the Axe Dwarf was found dead. One of my dwarves did manage to die here. In the siege exploding out of the wall. Oh no, this was a terrible idea. Why did I do it? Okay, never mind. I regret everything. I shouldn't have done that. I should go back to a save. That was a terrible idea. I didn't think the army would be that big, but it is. Well, chat, what do you think? I think I should go back to a save and try that again. But down on the lower ends of the fight, we'll see. Poobert is fighting through the goblin siege still. Is tired and is still stationed. We lost Zoreza as well in the fighting. That's 6 soldiers so far, I think, that we've lost. But Poobert, the incredible, is overexerted. We've lost Pilot, I think. Die Bustin' at the very least. He's now in a martial trance, although he is stunned. I think if Poobert dies, yep. Yeah, I'm gonna reset. That's gonna take too long to recover. And also I cheated to do it, so. It's early spring, you support a reload. Also, I cheated to make that happen. Otherwise I wouldn't do it. It's outside the range of dwarven hearing. Humans can hear gnomes speak, and it's the most annoying sound in the world. Oh, that's actually really funny. That's a good headcanon. I like that one, actually. How? Oh, I used retrieve stuck units to make them all pop out of the wall simultaneously, which also, you know, how do I word this? Sent out about 24 more than I was expecting. Maybe 200 more than I was expecting. So, yes, I cheated to make that happen. Otherwise, we would have won. It would have just taken like 10 times longer. So for the sake of completion, should I just get the dwarves to charge again, chat? The dead walk, hide while I still can. I've got an idea on how to make this super interesting, though, because it's 2 sieges. I just have to kill this one quick enough so that we can fight the second one as well. I think this dwarf lost their armor somewhere. But they've got this really badass look to them because they're just shirtless. They've got pants and shoe, but they're shirtless. But without cheating, yeah, I'm not gonna use DF hack. No, I know how I can do this. No, I was just being impatient. That's all that was. We'll still get the second siege. Just have to take out that first siege really quickly. And then I'm going to back the army up to over here. Actually, let's just pretend that we don't know that they're coming. Here it comes. They're seeking a parlay. I mean, chat, do you guys want me to fight them head on? Or do you guys want me to do this the really silly way? Just gonna let these squads get re-armored because a lot of them have had gear wear out and other things. You guys want the silly way? Okay. Hey, goblins, do you guys like burning? I'm gonna snooze this ad real quick so we get an extra 5 minutes. So down here is a army that's moving in. Slowly. 1 or 2 goblins at a time. And a couple beak dogs at a time. The frame rate's at 10, so I presume it's already open, but I don't actually know. Egg the Viking, thanks for the prime. There it is. I was wondering when that would arrive. Better late than never, though. You've only been playing this game for 13 years or so. For whatever it's worth, you couldn't until it released on Steam. And it took me an additional, 6 months before I noticed that that was a thing that you could do once it released on Steam. And I felt extremely dumb when I learned that. So... back in the day, you just had to, name it and hope for the best. You know? And just hoped that you remembered what it was called. So now the problem with this is they're still only entering the map 1 at a time. So they are entering the map 1 at a time, but they're just going to start slowly stacking up right here. And the lava's just going to kind of keep going. I will say, after learning that you can just do this, I've gotten so fucking lazy about how I set up my levers. It's ridiculous. Like, it's maybe a little too strong, but it is a good feature, but I don't know. Sometimes makes me go, back in my day, kids have it so easy and you don't even know it. It is a good feature. I like it. It makes the game a lot easier. But, like, let's go clean up those goblins that got out ahead. Sure, but then I'd have to make ballista. I could also just, like, position some Marks dwarves close by, which would be significantly more effective, which is probably what I'm going to do, actually. Once I let some more of them onto the map. The game is playing itself. Yeah, no, totally. Once again, these kids don't know how good they got it, man. I'm telling you. Oh, shit. Well, that's where they are. I was wondering. Oh, one of the dwarves found him. Bill right here, who's got 6 kills total, fighting his way through goblins. Through the second one, looks like. And here come the dwarves behind them, just cutting them to pieces. These goblins never even saw it coming. The unstoppable foe. The undefeatable enemy. Meanwhile, there's like two beak dogs in that one square. Let's send the dwarves back inside. And I think what I'm going to do... I was going to say is wait until I see them coming in, but I'm not. So I'm just going to kind of presume that they're already inside. So I'm going to close this. Siege operators are also awful. Like, I say that because the rework for siege weaponry isn't out yet. Siege weapons in the current game and for the last decade are just bad. Like, I've no interest in really participating in such things anyway. So now I just wait. I mean, the other thing I could do, actually, is I could send some Marks dwarves down here, but then they're at risk of maybe getting shot. What I really should do is just build a tower, like, right here. Or, like, a tower right here, so that it wouldn't get covered in lava, and then just get them to just shoot them. Do it for RP? You do it for RP? That's fair. I used to do it for RP, but I don't know. To me, like, Dwarven engineering is just as much RP, unless... mechanically frustrating, I guess. I would rather fuck around and make a silly weapon using like pumps or something else that's equally dumb, versus like you know, using those but not feeling like it's worth it, if that makes sense. And no access to surface. Yeah, something like that. Or not even a tower, I could just make like a bridge out here and just like a bridge sticking out. It's not the highest actual priority. I could use DF hack now to make them all appear at the same time. That would speed things up. Do you want me to do that, chat? Yes or no? We're in an ad break regardless. Because right now they're just appearing on the map one at a time. By pacing doors on the front. See, like, at that point, then I would rather just, like, send my squads in head first, because that's fun. I agree with that. But if I'm gonna do that... Forgotten Beast Toasty has come. A enormous quadruped composed of cinnamon glossier. It has a round shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison vapors. You know what I'm going to do, chat? I'm having a little bit of fun with this beast. Where is it? How you doing, later on? Dwarf's getting the Thunderdome. Where are you connected? I've got a plan. The winner fights the goblins. That's what we do. The winner fights the goblins. And also all of these animals, I suppose. Let's also turn off hauling. What are you doing? Where are you going? I don't know what you're doing, nor do I know where you're going. Or why you're doing it, or where you're going it. But it's clearly important to you, Dwarf, so I will let you complete your task. Within reason. You're clearly doing nothing. So I would like to know at the very least where you're going. Anyone need anything? I am okay, actually, at the moment. Yeah, I'm okay. I could use cheese. I'm out of cheese. I don't need cheese. You know, actually, hold on. The Thunderdome's probably just fucking with me right here. Yeah, because the way I made this burrow was I literally just, like, clicked and dragged the whole thing. This is probably what's fucking with me. Oh, I also just changed the color of it. I, like, literally never do that. That's also gonna mess with me. keep clicking that. Stop clicking that. This does actually make me miss some DF hack features and also some old vanilla features that we used to have, such as like zone fill and stuff for doing burrows. Missed that a whole lot, but oh well. All right, let's do this, that, and the other. Over there. You know, every now and again, people like to ask me, like, what's your pet peeves in Dwarf Fortress? It's that they haven't made making burrows, like, I don't need them to perform mechanically differently at all. Like, there are some people who are like, oh, they need to, like, fully restrict everything and cancel all jobs and stuff like that. I'm not one of those people. I just want to make designating them less of a hassle. Like, the day that designating burrows doesn't make me want to tear my hair out will be a good day. Let's just go into there. Yeah, I have no idea what this dwarf wants. Well, if you go die, you go die. So be it. Also need a lot more planters. Like I said earlier, there used to just be like a fill option where you just click a thing and then it would just like expand out from there. And that used to be pretty straightforward. So I could just lock that dwarf. Oh, you've turned around. Excellent. That's all I wanted you to do. It was very simple. And then I just need to close this. Once all the dwarves get inside, so, bad news. My frame rate is at very low. By that, I mean almost nothing. But we got this closed, so I can actually turn off the burrow for the moment. Because there's only one other thing I need to do. Actually, I can just put them into this burrow. I just need to close this, really. Making raspberry dye. Or you're collecting it from... Okay, I see. You know, there's a lot of things that people say DFHack has that. And let me tell you this. I know. But I talked about this earlier when people were interrogating me once for the umptillionth time about DFHack. Which is, if I'm going to complain about something, I want to complain about something that I want to see in the vanilla game. If I was willing or wanted to use DFHack, I could circumvent that issue. However, when your most dedicated portion of the player base isn't complaining about glaring issues with the UI because they are simply using a third-party tool and never think about it, that's a bad thing because they don't get the proportionate amount of feedback that's valuable from the people who play the game the most. Does that make sense? I would rather not use the thing what make the game easier and complain about it until they give me a feature back that we used to have. Like, literally, we used to have fill options in vanilla. That existed until premium came out. I would rather bitch and moan about it being annoying until they fix it. Because I have a pretty loud voice. Instead of just using a workaround or a third-party solution. Because to me, that doesn't actually fix anything. And at this point, you either get it or you don't. Can't really help you. Where are you going to go get... Okay, I know what you're doing. No, absolutely. Zorath, absolutely. What are you even going for? Right. Just trying to vacate this whole area. Okay, hold on. Bit of a pain, but I think I need another drawbridge over here. But at the same time, at least we have much better search functions for different units more than we used to. Yeah, that's fair, Gib. I just set it and forget it when it comes to clothing. I set up the tasks that I want once and then forget it. I don't actually know why they're going this way, so I'm just going to do this. Like, I may also be, like, wish casting this into existence, but I swear that there used to also be a, like, copy function for, there used to be an invert function in Vanilla Dwarf Port for burrows, and there used to be a copy function for burrows. So you used to be able to, like, draw a square and then invert it. So you could be like, okay, go everywhere but here. You used to be able to say, don't go here, go anywhere else. And stuff like that. And I miss a lot of that stuff. It was nice. I genuinely have no idea where this burrow is that they're going for. So I don't know what that dwarf is doing, but if they want to be locked outside, they might be in a minute. It's not like there's any areas that you could be going. Let's get rid of this. I mean, hey, sometimes it takes a little while to kick in. A lot of subs got gifted. It was like close to 100 in a couple of minutes. I should just fight these goblins. Blueprints are completely and totally useless. And you can't change my mind. Blueprints are one of the dumbest systems that this game has, because you can't copy, paste, or save them. Like, you might as well just design with the dig tool and then just cut off the entrance, or lower the priority so that they never get there. We'll enjoy that and the sequel. Considering the goblins have made it into the fortress anyway, yeah. No, there's absolutely no reason to... No reason to worry about any of this anymore. Did they come in through the front? Uh-oh, okay. They didn't come in through the front door, so there's another way in. That's why things are so fucked up. How the... Oh, of course, there's like one tile there. Well, that's funny. Well, we get to fight them anyway. That or... Pull that lever. Lock them outside. I think we just lost our mayor, chat. Gig was found dead. Slayed by goblins. Rest in peace, Gig. Some otters, congratulations, you're now the mayor. Now, next question is, where the hell did I put the previous mayor's lodgings? Found him. That was easy enough. I mean, that dwarf has been my mayor for like 18 years or something. Like, that's been a long-running mayor. Just gotta get that pulled. Now that that's been pulled, I'm going to send the squads over here. Which they are running around in fear of something. Probably the dead body of the Forgotten Beast right there. Absolutely terrifying. They're all running into the rain and it's cleaning all of their armor off from the last fight. He went in late for the parlay? Oh, very late. Yeah, it's definitely also hauling a boulder. Which I'm not sure why. They should have plenty closer by, but... These few goblins have made a grave mistake and they haven't even realized it yet. That's one down. Two down. Was that all that was in here? Guess that must have been all that was in there. Well, that was easy. But it's time for us to make that first fight go. The winner of the fight gets to fight the enemy siege. Now, who gets to do the honor of pulling the lever? That's the question. It's Edict is going to go pull the lever. All right, chat. Round of beers. For the glory... Okay, never mind. You're going to go do combat training. Who else is... Who's going to come pull the lever? Inet is going to come pull the lever. If I can find them, I lost them. Because we're about to have a pretty fucking big fight on our hands. So we're about to release a whole bunch of creatures. A necromancer, a zombie, and a bronze colossus. They're all going to be released into the arena with a whole bunch of sheep for good chaos. And the winner fights the goblins. So over here, we've got Thob. Never mind, sorry, I said zombie, I lied. It's actually just a peasant. Criminal. And here we have Dur, Oran, Zaluth, the Bronze Colossus. Who should we follow, chat? What do you think? Peasant is running. We appear to have a nightmare who's appeared right next to Mincot. This here nightmare happens to be a large hairy serpent. It has a broad horn and a singular purpose. And it is currently ripping its master apart. It's actually goring the mercenary necromancer in the upper arm, which is, he needs to be better at fighting. Can you have the winner of this, the brawler of this name? I mean, I can predict who it's going to be, but so the Bronze Colossus is getting gored repeatedly by the creature, but its attacks are glancing away. And has killed the nightmare and is now climbing, chasing after the many sheep and the other peasant who tried to steal my stuff and is just generally a bad person. Also happens to be a were creature, so if they can run away long enough, maybe they can survive. Otherwise, they don't get to be so lucky. Instead of surviving, they turn into a dead creature, and so now this is Contraman. Contraman does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He doesn't like participating in physical confrontations, and it tends to hang on to grievances. It often feels discouraged, and it tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. I have a very important task to do now, which is seal this door over here. Which locks that. And now, just before I forget, I'm going to unlock this door. And I'm going to open this up first. And then let's go back to following this Bronze Colossus, who's now just getting an opportunity to beat up some sheep. Well, that's to make the fights interesting. Honestly, I was hoping that the sheep would die first, and that the necromancer would live long enough to resurrect some of them, but I wasn't so lucky, unfortunately. So it has to make them end quickly by turning them into paste. Naturally, of course. Sheep, more like mountain sheep, you know? There's only a few left. I'm also just gonna get rid of this. I was gonna say, you didn't just get stuck in a cage trap, did you? He's got 2 left. And then the last thing I gotta do is let him out. As Ankh, the Chromite, eats lunch, the order is given to pull the lever. You're betting on the sheep? Uh-huh. Now it's time for the real battle. The gate should be open. It is. He's got some dented feets. But first he's got another sheeps to beats. Is there a sheep on a wall? I mean, they've been... There's ramps to get up and down the walls. They're not on a wall. But, there are ramps surrounding it. Chases his way down. through the early legions of goblins. Gets bit, actually. He's getting stabbed by a two-handed iron sword, but the attack is glancing away. Do you have a weapon currently? Sometimes they like to equip dumb items, which makes them really weak. That seems to be going so far so Bronze Colossus. Goblin Hammerman bashes the Bronze Colossus in the left foot with a silver maul, but the attack glances away. This is going to be a hell of a mess for us to clean up. I'm not looking forward to it, but it is kind of beautiful. I'm not going to lie. So if they don't have steel weapons, they literally can't kill him. Just in case you don't know. They will literally be incapable of killing him if they don't have steel weapons. They bash him in the body with a copper mace, but the attack glances away. If they have steel weapons, they will absolutely kill him. So far, he's killed 3 beaked dogs and 2 goblins. So actually not that many. But he's injured quite a few of them. Uh-oh. So he's lost the ability to grasp. Somebody was able to hurt him. Attack glances away, attack glances away, glances away, glance away, glance away, glance away, glance away. Someone was able to do some damage to him. A roar of combat indeed. But he's certainly softening them up quite a bit. Still not dead yet. These goblins losing, their best chance is going to be just if they get, or his best chance is if they get tired at this point. So he can't stand or grasp anymore, but he can probably still punch, right? Bronze Colossus scrambles. Yeah, okay, it's the silver bolts that are hitting him. But he can't grasp or really fight anymore. Now the question is, should I be silly? I should be silly, shouldn't I? Let's open this. Let's open this. Which Forgotten Beast should I send in? Someone that breathes fire, yeah? Deadly blood. Poison gas. What do you think, chat? Fire-breathing Salsu? Deadly spittle. Poison vapor. Poison sting. I'm thinking fire, right? The fuck is that zoo? These are my pets, okay? They're not friendly. Do not pet them. I have 2 of them, actually, Sassy. That's 1 of 2. To quote a band I really like, Rammstein. Fire, fire. Let's go. Let's see who does this the winning. I can also just straight up turn off the burrow too, because the dwarves don't have access to that area anymore. So that should open. That shows just how laggy it is. That should open. Ah, you've just been pulled now. It's like, if not friended, then why friend-shaped? Also, I'm in an ad break, so I will pause the game. I will leave the game paused. Is the Bronzy still alive? No. Okay, so the goblins killed the first Bronze Colossus. Let's find its body. There it is. This is a masterful bronze statue of the organized, created by an unknown artisan. The item is a masterfully designed image of the organized, the deity of laws, depicted as a male human in bronze. You did have a good run, man. Not to be mean, but I really don't want to go through and figure out who killed you. I mean, I'm sure one of them did. I hope it was a beak dog. Probably one of the ones with a spear or something. Maybe like this goblin? No. It could be any of them. You didn't know they just become a statue? It's the statue of, quote-unquote, what they were. It's like their form. My favorite one I ever got was it was a giant chicken. It was like a turkey. It's like a giant bird, basically. So yeah, I've had some pretty funny ones. So now, the Forgotten Beast should have a direct route to these goblins. Cleanup crew incoming, as I say. Oh, well, that was a cat. Sorry, kidders. I guess Caesardes gets a request of me putting a cat in there. I swear, if this beast just dies immediately to the first guy it runs into, this beast doesn't deserve to have his job anyway. Are you just... In before, this is just like a legendary mace gob because of all the fighting it did with the creature. Well, that's actually really funny. I don't think the goblin can see anything, though. It's completely surrounded by... Yeah, dude. Dude's good at dodging. What's your dodging skill? You're competent? Oh my god, you never see a goblin at competent. That's okay, he's on fire now. He got tired. Forgotten Beast got it. That's, green magma. Did you just melt a drawbridge? Motherfucker just melted a drawbridge. This guy's smoke is hot enough to melt malachite drawbridges. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. All right, then. That's actually kind of scary. Good luck to you, mate. It's okay. The one on my front door is lava safe. I've got a steel one and a chert one. Which means it's probably not as hot as, the Forgotten Beast releases the... How did you equip a mace? Like, I feel like it's stuck in him, but it says it's strapped to his body. Grabs the Goblin Maceman. The Forgotten Beast grabs the Goblin Maceman. The Forgotten Beast strikes the Goblin Maceman, but the shot was blocked with a Goblin Shield. Forgotten Beast gores the Maceman in the head. The Forgotten Beast grabs the Maceman by the Spider Silk Tunic. Forgotten Beast grabs the Maceman by the left back teeth. Forgotten Beast grabs the Maceman by its left leg. Forgotten Beast scratches, bashes, strikes, bashes the Maceman in the head with its... This Forgotten Beast is wielding a mace. Once again, this... Okay, otters do have thumbs. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're right. Otters have hands, don't they? Of course. Yeah, duh. I don't think I've ever seen that before, though. First time for everything, I guess. Can it skill up? No, because it's a wild animal. So no, it shouldn't be able to. Not my dwarves, the goblins that are invading. This Forgotten Beast is here to help. Or I like to think so anyway. Speaking of here to help, I really hope this Forgotten Beast doesn't destroy that statue. I will be really sad. Clockwork Dragon, thanks for the 6-month in advance subscription.
Woot.
Why are you bleeding? Stop bleeding. It's bad for you. It's probably because your body's melted. Okay, the smoke is clearing. Chat room, can I please get a big round of beers for Clockwork Dragon? Keeping that subscription alive for 10 months. With the 6-month or 7-month streak, I think. How's it going? Depends. Are you a goblin or a dwarf? Aha. Now we're talking. Because if you're a goblin, pretty fucking bad. If you're one of my dwarves, pretty okay. Please tell me he's using the mace. Forgotten Beast misses. The Forgotten Beast attacks, but she jumps away. The Forgotten Beast... it gets slashed. We've got a Forgotten Beast wielding a mace. Sets a bunch of shit on fire. It's like you can breathe fire, but instead you're trying to beat them with a copper stick. Come on, Beastarino, you got this. So yeah, if you're a dwarf, your day's okay. Oof. They're just fighting with all of these goblins. And it's been a rough day for a lot of these goblins, let me tell you. Thankfully, I do have more turkeys, so I can recatch this guy if I need to. Fights with what I presume is another goblin? Yep. I love the fact that the only negative thought that dwarves can get in Dwarf Fortress when they're on fire is that they're choking on smoke. That is the worst thought that they get. It's like, oh no, I choked on smoke. What a horrible thing. Kerblooey! Oh man, you love to see it. You'll love to see it. I love the scent of roasted gob in the afternoon. Or the morning. They're spread out enough. I think he's got this. These are also some really well-trained goblins. Oh no, he's still bleeding. Because they were all dueling with that Bronze Colossus, right? Do you still have that? He still has that mace equipped. Forgotten Beast gores. Forgotten Beast scratches. Forgotten Beast scratches. Forgotten Beast scratches. Gores. Scratches. He's not really using the mace, though. Come on, man. How many kills do you have at this point? I need to know. Like 8 goblins? Not actually that many. And then bled to death. You really want the beast to get a mace kill? I wanted him to name it. Send in the next one? I could do that. But where's the army? They may just be leaving. Oh, they're all grouped up like right there. Actually, where are they in relation to certain things? So if I open this, can I block this? That's the question. Can I block that? Yeah, I just need to remember where that mace is, so I gotta not touch it for right now. Snooze Days, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate it. A lot of gifts this week. People are very kind. Thank you. Now let's go back to... Let's see. At least that'll finish burning up soon. Let's just lock everything. Come on, dwarves. What are my world gen settings? I have no idea. I don't have them public anywhere, and I don't memorize them. Then they're never the same twice. I don't do anything advanced in my advanced world gen settings. They're all very basic. You can go watch the VODs if you need to know that much. All right, so you come grab Malachite. Wish this dwarf luck.
Picked up DF for the first time a month ago, and Blinder's tutorials saved me from insanity and deleting the game. I immediately okay sign.
Oh wow, that's actually pretty big praise. Thank you. I'm glad I saved you from deleting the game. This is certainly a game that takes a bit to get into, that's for sure. And also, thank you very much for the 3 months in advance. Cheers, mate. Hey, look, we saved a cat. Boom. Now that that's done... the goblins should redirect pretty quickly. To over there. There's also a bunch of dead goblins right here. Got a lot of bits and pieces to clean up. Otherwise, there's still fire in here. No. Excellent. We got cat bait. Natural, organic, locally produced cat bait. Gigmoth, I have bad news. You may or may not, your mayor may not have, your mayor may or may not, sorry, there's way too many jokes in that sentence, have just died. Okay. I feel like they need their extra backup. So we're all just kind of stuck at the moment. You died to an entire army of goblins. And then the entire army of goblins fought with a bronze colossus and a forgotten beast. So, you know, it was kind of a lot. I feel like these goblins are just standing on the side of the hill petrified and not moving. I'm not sure why. No, Some Otters is now my mayor, which is also very funny because the Bronze Colossus, or the Bronze Colossus was the god of laws, but the forgotten beast that they fought was a giant otter. So uh-oh. That's a problem. It's okay, we got a sledgehammer to deal with a goblin problem. Or should I say a warhammer to deal with a goblin problem. I told them to go up there first. Oh, okay, he popped out. That's all fine. It's all fine and Dwarfy right there. Until someone gets hurt. Is there more coming up? All right, you know what? I'm kind of under the assumption that these goblins have no interest in, you know, actually attacking me. I think that they're petrified in fear of my overwhelming force. So I'm going to go fight them on the open mountainsides. As Armok intended. I was going to say, unless they start very obviously moving towards the place where I intend them to die, but... And a bronze colossus. I mean, they may... they may be kind of terrified. Yeah, a giant otter chased them with a mace and a bronze colossus. All right, dwarves, don't fail me. Go get him, Poobert. Make the dwarfs proud. Go get him, Suxel. With your iron warhammer, which I shouldn't be letting you use because that kind of sucks compared to a steel short sword, but I digress. I'm sure you'll do just fine. The dwarves are charging in. And the goblin armies are loosing all of their bolts. The dwarves, I'm sure, can hear the fighting through the walls. We've got one dwarf in midair, Eye Lady, who's kind of doing that man, I've had a weird day. You're never gonna guess how I got here, though. Like that pause frame, freeze frame, like movie moment. Just the dwarves jumping towards the goblins. Just flying through the entire goblin army. At a pretty solid clip. I'm not seeing any of my dwarves getting any injuries. If somebody drops a weapon, I'll jump to them. My Marks dwarves are back here, just shooting out bolts, such as this steel bolt, which struck the goblin in the head, and the injured part was cloven asunder. Good shot there, Katten. What a good shot. Well done. Terrified while in conflict and having trauma and all that jazz. What about you down here? You're in a martial trance, Tome the Turkey. I mean, you do have 49 kills. You're heading towards your 50th. Charging through the goblins on top of a pile of other dwarves. Nobody else currently in midair except for the dwarves that are trying to scramble away and dying faster than they can say. Ah, hell nah. But there's more goblins where that came from, and the dwarves continue chasing through the goblins stationed on the side of the cliff face. I didn't even see what happened there. This is great for my dwarves' moods, let me tell you. A lot of the dwarves... Oops, somebody's heading back with injuries. Looked like. Yep. Suxul apparently got some sort of injury after killing 2 goblins. Her right upper arm is mangled beyond recognition. Honestly, I think that's a legitimate reason to turn around and go take a break. You've earned it, dwarf. Dwarves have to do quite a bit of backtracking, I think. The ones continuing to move forward are like Besmer right here. He's got 2 kills to his name. He's being followed by a kitty, who's probably helping. There's more dwarves down below. He's now firing bolts off into the distance, and pieces of goblin are flying into the air. As the few remaining dwarves are removed from, or the few remaining dwarves remove the few remaining goblins from this world. That was a glove in that tree. I thought that was a goblin in that tree. And that right there, that's the siege. That was way more messy than I wanted it to be. Such much stuff, yes. Yeah, yes, very much so. They were kind of crazy before. They're just crazier now in regards to proficient Marks dwarves. Ironically, I don't even train them in archery. Like, I don't even get them to, like, go to, like, the fields to practice shooting a crossbow or whatever. I literally just get them to train wrestling, and then they train their Marks dwarf skills in live combat. And it usually works out just fine. Like, we've got an adept Marks dwarf who's a legendary dodger, which, honestly, I think that's more important. It's like, I have one, but I don't really use it. Okay, so I'm going to go down here. I'm going to close this. Once I've closed that, I'm also going to close this. Just kind of hope that everybody's inside. Except for the cats, obviously. Not much I can do about that. And let's turn off the burrow. And let's get the inside of the fortress cleaned up. And get a tomb dedicated to our glorious mayor. Which I'm actually going to put right here. Assuming he doesn't already have a tomb. Nope, nope, already has one. So it should be good. Now it's time to begin getting rid of crap. I'm going to go right here.
Cheered. X500. All hail the Otter King, wielder of flame and mace.
Looks like they're hauling the statue. Yep. And currently I can't reach this. Towerly, thank you very much for the $5. Appreciate you. Placing 2 objects in tombs. It's the first one. Servesh. What's the other one? The other one better be Gig. Ah, yes. Putting Gig's left ear into the coffin first, as I see. How far ago in the VOD did you die? Chat, 30 minutes? What do you think? It was like at the beginning of that siege. Do I have currently? Okay, number 1, they're in pots, which means they're not that big. I had 6. I killed one of them because it didn't develop enough to actually produce any fruit, and it's getting too cold outside now for them, so their season's over. Pounds? I got like a handful like this of cherry tomatoes every couple of days. I didn't get that many. Last year, I have no idea. You would have had to ask me that last year. Last year, I actually got like, I had a dozen 1-liter jars full of Roma tomatoes last year. But that's not counting what I ate, so I don't actually know. I never weighed it. But I didn't get pounds worth of tomatoes this year, unfortunately. I like, there's only so much you can do when you're growing stuff on a patio. It's like a fun hobby. It's not something I'm really expecting to, you know, get pounds out of per se. And no, I'm not playing dumb and being like, no, if you'd ask me in kilograms. Honestly, Gigmoth, I think you had a great long career. I think your dwarf did admirably well. It's a shame that you had to die, but it's amazing you lasted as long as you did. Especially with a lot of the chaos that this fortress has been through. And heirlooms, you got 14 plants and 20-gallon grow bags on your balcony, just wanting to compare. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. It also highly depends on like the like you clearly have a much bigger patio. I mean, I think like if we're talking in gallons, I think the biggest grow bag I have is 10 liters worth of soil. I don't know how many gallons that is. But yeah, no, my garden is not that big. I wish it was. It's the only thing I truly miss about where I used to live, but I mean, I've talked about this many times. I gave up having a big garden in exchange for having somewhere that I actually like living. So I think that was worth it in the grand scheme, but like at the end of the day, it is something I gave up, you know? Leave a lot of the weaving thread into cloth tasks. I'm going to pause a lot of these. Pause all of these. And just get more generic tasks running. See how the hospital is. Oh, seems like everybody's out. Who's resting? Nobody's resting. Okay. Until my squad's up here, we're just going to take all of these dwarves off training. Get them to all go help. Because we got a lot of shit that's got to be dealt with right now. Like, no time to wait. Should probably make this stockpile bigger, actually. The epic of Gig will be written into the annals of history. Dude, you were one hell of a mayor. A Giga Mayor, if you will. And once we get this fight cleaned up, or at least the inside of the fortress cleaned up after this fight, we will have a celebration in your honor by drinking ale and partying in the tavern and not getting much work done. That's what we will do. Proper way of honoring any dwarf. But yeah, I've got a tiny porch, so I didn't get much. My tomatoes this year was mostly just an experiment of if it's even worth growing them here. I think next year I hope to get more, but it is what it is. I think something I might try and do next year, but I need to look into it to see what my options even are, is I might try and volunteer for that garden that I bought produce from this year. Because they have volunteering options and they pay you in produce. Which I think would be fun. That's something that I might end up looking into for next year, just because, like, I like doing that sort of thing. So I think the Clockwork Dragon's estimate was pretty accurate then. 2.5 gallons rather than 2.6417 gallons. You have a balcony that is about 5 times the size of mine. Maybe not 5 times. At least 3 times the size of mine. Mine is like... Sorry, I don't do feet. Mine is like 3 feet wide and maybe 6 or 7 feet long. Maybe 8 feet long. So you have a much bigger patio than me. Also, like, I didn't want to go super overboard because, like, something that's, like, very needs to be done, all capitals, exclamation point, in my building is we need the wood on our decks to all be redone, which was something they were supposed to do this year, but it didn't end up happening for a few reasons. So it's going to happen next spring. Because some of mine's fine, mostly, from what I can tell, but some of them are, like, straight up, like, rotted through, like, unsafe to stand on. So they need to get that done, or we need to get that done, I guess. But ideally that'll happen next year. So I was just like a little bit iffy this year because I wasn't it's not that I don't trust my balcony. Like I'll go stand out there, but I wouldn't want to just put like a shit ton of extra weight on there if I don't need to, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't seem all that wise, I guess. Well, I mean, I just bought 140-liter bags of soil and hauled 2 of them separately. This is going to sound really funny. On the bus, actually, I got onto the bus with a 140-liter bag of soil, which is like, I don't know, like maybe 30 kilos. So they're just giant and awkward shaped. It's just this giant brick of soil. I carried those onto the bus, to my apartment on the bus, and then up the stairs. The other thing is next year I'm looking into maybe gardening on the roof, but that's something that needs to be okayed by building by the end of the year for that to happen. You said it, not me. Later on. So many of these dwarves are just off to go get a drink right now. All right, let's get all this crap out of here. If your dwarves are going insane, then I can't help you, because I find it actually kind of hard to make dwarves go insane. Like, as an example, I made a video called I Let Ghosts Destroy My Fortress last year, where I basically did everything I could think of to make life horrible for the dwarves without, like, starving them to death. And most of the dwarves were, like, mostly functional and mostly fine. Like, give them a nice bedroom. Well, okay, so here's the benefit of living in an apartment building. I live on the top floor, Lore Nerd. I have an elevator that's like across the hallway from my front door. So I just walk into the building, walk 15 steps, get into the elevator, and then I'm in front of my front door. So, stairs? What are those? I mean, sure, maybe if I didn't have an elevator, but I have an elevator. It's fine.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. How you doing, hobo? Those things. Oh, that sucks. But I saw good, hobo. We'll figure out a solution at some point, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I can mention what that's about. I bought tickets for Formula 1 next year. So, Hobo's coming with, and I'm dragging my dad along because he's retiring like 3 weeks before the race. So I'm like, Dad, you're coming with. My mom has 1 more year of work. And so my dad retires like a year before my mom and also before the school season ends. And because my mom's a teacher, she won't even be off work when my dad's retired. She'll be like working still actively in the middle of like normal work season. So to me, it just kind of makes sense to be like, Dad, congrats, you're coming with me. We're going to Montreal. Gonna go hang out with a lot of people that speak French and go watch cars go fast. Because me and my dad never get to be nerds about cars because my mom's always like, ew, cars, which honestly, fair. Squats are fun. A gigantic feathered ceratops. It has an enormous shell and it is ravening. Its eyes glow ultramarine. Sorry. And its bronze feathers are long and broad. Beware its deadly dust. Ooh, dust. Okay, let's close this. Let's see if I can let that beastie in. Where is it, actually? It's pretty... Ooh, that is actually really pretty looking. That is really pretty looking. I love the ones that are, like, multicolored. It's like they got this color thing and a different color that thing. I think it's pretty. I don't know. Or is it going to go kill something or get killed by something? Beast battles! So, we got Deadly Dust versus Poison Vapors. It seems like the one that I'm following who just appeared, Nagalak, is having a bit of a rough time. Actually bleeding pretty badly. Whereas the other one is just kind of fine. This one is, of course, a Cinnamon Glossier. It's got a square shell and it squirms and fidgets. Like, if this is Bleeding Dust, then some migrants have arrived. If this, I'll let them in. They can't get into the fortress right now. If this is Bleeding Dust, then, like, he would be affecting himself, but not affecting his opponent. I think the ones with the different colored shells are my favorites that I've seen, actually. I mean, it's worse. It's that other guy. It's the other evil guy. But, that is quite the vile pile of gore. Meanwhile, over here, a bunch of dwarves are spawning on a colony of bumblebees. And, I guess I should let them in the... Oh, fuck, we're all screwed scary door, which is over here. Let's see how big of a migrant wave this is. Could be like as many as 20. I would use Venmo, but that doesn't exist in my country. Hobo. It does say migrants plural. Guess we just got one then. Alright, well, now that that's open, best go open up Jeff. Jeff and Dang, the drawbridges. Oh shit, I'm sorry. That sucks. I'll owe you a beer or something. And then where's that beastie? So what I'm gonna do for that forgotten beast that was wielding a mace, because we had a forgotten beast who was running around with a mace because it was an otter and otters have hands. Now, I need to find the actual spot where it was out. Okay. It's right here. It's a copper mace. I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to go copper mace. There's 4 of them on the map, and they're all forbidden. Okay. So if I go here and I unforbid this one, and I go to the mayor, and I scroll down until I see a copper mace. I'm going to scroll for a while. Actually, how much is it worth? 20 dwarf bucks. Got it. We're going to be at this for a minute. Chat, if you see a copper mace, yell. I can go one page at a time if I hold shift. JK, even if you're yelling, I'm not looking, so I won't see it. Ah. That should be it, right? Damn it. Okay, not that one. Also, wait, hold on. Did I see a naming screen? Can you name items that you assign? So it'll be the one that isn't forbidden. This one's forbidden. This one's forbidden. What? Go up a bit? Did I go past it? Oh, there it is. You're right. I saw a naming screen for a second there. So, did you guys know that if you assign an item to a noble and then hold down shift and right click it, you can name it? Damn it, there's no word for otter. Monster. That. I was gonna go with Monster Mash, but Monster Smash pretty good. Beast Bludgeon. Monster Smash. Although that just looks like Monsters Mash. All doesn't work. You have to type in a number. If you type in exclamation point tickets, you'll see how many you have. Could call it Finger Beast. It had fingers. Monster Mash, Monster Smash, Finger Beast. I like Monster. I like Monster Smash. What did I tell you about Horny Jail? Monstrous Smash! How about, can't call it Goblin Smash? Monster Smash. We'll go with that. Now the question is, which one is that? It's the one that starts with an N. Yeah, literally. So, like, I think it has to be before the dwarves name it. It quite literally has to be before the dwarves name it. That is something. Random things Blind didn't know after years. I mean, I feel like that's something I should have known, but I certainly didn't know the hotkey to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like I should have known that. No, I've taken it away from you, actually, some otters. I just gave it to you so that I could name it. Just so that I could find it. For anybody who doesn't know the importance of that thing, a forgotten beast wielded it and beat up a bunch of goblins with it. Well, I mean, the one that I always like to teach people, because a lot of people don't know this, is if you go to engrave something, like, say, a piece of fluorite, and you don't unpause the game, but you right-click and close the tool and click on it, then you can decide what it is. Like, I could make a drawing of Gig, my mayor. Oh, wait, no, I'd have to go to historical figure. Gig. And then I just have to find them in the list. There you are. Reg Gig. Now that'll be an image of Gig. I talk about that one a lot, and I think a lot more people have found that one, but there's all sorts of like weird submenus that exist within things. Like I remember this happening a couple times in older versions of the game. Just pausing jobs that don't need to be thought about right now. Because this is really what needs to be thought about right now. Speaking of things that need to be thought about, chat, a game that I've wanted to mess around in again after a really long time, which we're going to be playing in a little bit here. It's a game called Cogmind. I don't know if you've ever played or encountered Cogmind before, chat, but if you haven't, it's a traditional roguelike where you build a robot out of pieces of robots and then try and escape a big robot-making facility of robots for robots. So if that sounds interesting, stick around. Maybe in about 15 minutes here, I think we'll swap over. I have everything all set up already to do so. It's just a matter of doing it. But that is something that I would like to play tonight. So there's a chance that there will be robots. There will be robots, yes. But no, sir, you are not being hunted. And I do think that Kraftwerk would be proud because we are the robots. I think I'm gonna throw one of these goblins on this. Watch my video on how to dig through an aquifer. You dig through it, and if you have to ask that question, don't settle on a heavy aquifer. Only settle on light aquifers and just dig through it and smooth the walls. It's more straightforward than you realize. You just have to do it a couple times. Oh my fuck. There's so much shit. There's so much shit. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna go to Operation Oh God, Oh Fuck, Oh No. Which is, I'm gonna tell the dwarves to dig directly through this. Right here. And they're going to do this. Yeah, priority 1. We got several dwarves digging already in other places, probably. We're going to dig through this. Once they dig through that, I'm going to build a drawbridge right here and just open the goddamn door whenever I really need the dwarves to throw stuff out so that they don't need to go all the way out and about and out and around and out and around and out and around again and again and again, etc. I never use this. I never tell people the seed of the world because I literally never remember to look. Pato? Do I have any mods running? No. But if you want the save file, you can just go download it from my Discord in the save sharing room. I literally have never looked up a seed for a world, ever. I've literally never used a set seed once. Probably never will. But if you'd like the save file, it's linked in my Discord in the DF save sharing room. The Forgotten Beast Sanam Rastalud has come, a huge humanoid composed of ice. Oh, that's pretty cool. It has a knobby shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its webs. It's icy webs. What was it named? S-N-A-M. Yes, Sam. Sam I am. Okay, that one looks a little silly. He looks like he's... It looks like he's got a helmet next to him. He's got like a helmet floating next to him. I will be closing the goddamn door, yes. Now he's fighting with the one that just killed the other one, which is Shock Knights. He appears to have lost a lot of his abilities to do weaponings and is now dead because our Forgotten Beast over here has now killed 3 beasts. Well done, Shock Knights. Well done. And this will most surely speed up this whole fucking process. That's what he gets for not wearing his helmet. Yeah, I mean, he didn't have his PPE on, right? Also, dumb question. Can you actually look up your world seed after you generate the world? Isn't that something you need to set beforehand? Or is that something you need to set beforehand, or have they changed that? Because I thought that that's something you set beforehand and you can't look it up after the fact, but I could be completely mistaken. Hello, Sandberg. Yes. Yeah, you don't ever forget your personal protection, Hobo. You know what I'm saying? It's very important. You were thinking backpack. I was like safety vest. You know, all of the above. One messy fucking fort. The good news, however, is we've been making some good progress in murdering the baddies. Which I will send my squads out to go fight again, even though we've lost some dwarves. But the ones that prevail are doing quite well. It's like, yeah, the moods aren't great still, but hey, you know, they could be a lot worse. And we've successfully begin the fighting of the things with the things. So I will slowly begin to prep for another fight. It's in gamelog.txt. Okay, I know how to set custom ones, but I've never actually gone looking for a save that wasn't... what's it called? One that I set beforehand. That's cheating. Well, that's good to know, though. I will literally never look up DF hacked prompts like that. I just don't care. When it comes to, like, sharing save files, just, like... It's probably in my Discord unless I don't want to share it. Sometimes I don't want to share it. Sometimes I like being selfish. What happened to Succession Fort? It's finished. It's, like, unplayably laggy. And nobody tuned in when I streamed it, so... Maybe I'll do one again? I don't know. It was kind of fun. But, like... It's something that makes sense if it draws more people in to the stream, because believe it or not, this is a business. But if it's just a stream that I'm obligated to play that has a significantly worse turnout than the normal streams, like, I don't see the point, really, in me doing extra legwork for something that's not gonna do as well as the normal streams, which was the case. But yeah, no, it's finished. It was kind of a fucked map, though, to be fair. But yeah, at the end of the day, I do experimental things like that to see if it's going to attract more people to the stream than normal. And if I do something like that and it's my worst stream of the last 6 weeks, then yeah, no, it's not going to happen very often. It was a fun concept. I think the fort itself was pretty fun too, but like, I don't know. Go to the Discord and go read it. You tell me. I haven't read it. I know why it's not going anymore, but I haven't had time to go and look at it, to be honest with you. It certainly broke reality and space-time somehow. But you're welcome to go have a look if you're interested. Personally, yeah, it wasn't having the effect that I needed it to have for it to be a thing for me, for it to be a thing worth doing for me, at least frequently. Maybe we'll do another one in a year or so, when the mood strikes. But for right now, it's definitely a side thing. But the rooms are still there, and if other people want to run their own succession forts, they're more than welcome to. I've got all the infrastructure there on the YouTube side of things, so yeah. At the end of the day, if you're actually that interested, just go read it. It'll tell you all of the details in the actual thread itself. So chat room, how was your weekend? I split my knee open and sat around recording a whole lot. What were you guys up to? Did you do anything fun? Play any cool games? See any cool things? People keep asking me about like Halloween in real life. And I'm like, that shit's still like a month and a half away. I ain't thinking about that yet. When my surgeons goes into a fey mood, probably gonna go for either a clother's shop or an engraver shop. Or like a stone related shop. That sucks, Necrontier. Hopefully it's not an expensive fix or not an expensive checkup. I'm gonna go close my blinds for a second. Oh, that sucks. Hopefully side effects aren't bad. Whenever I get like my flu shot and stuff, it knocks me out for a weekend. I've hit the time of year now where like the sun gets really low quite early and it shines directly into my bedroom, which is nice actually. It's nice having the sun, but it gets kind of warm. In a couple weeks it won't be so warm and it'll be nicer. There's a craft store shop. I'm just amazed that you hadn't played it already, Telenartho. You've enjoyed the first hour plus so far? Oh, dude, it's great. It's fucking great. If you can keep the dude alive who's in the really, really shitty mech at the beginning, you get an achievement for keeping him alive for the whole game. It really is just XCOM, but with Battletech stuff. That really is all it is. It's good fun, though. That's fair, yeah. How long has this fort been going? This is year 20. We started in the year 300. But this fort, we built this arena to make things fight. And we made things fight, and oh boy did they fight. And now we're just trying to clean up after this siege over here. Yeah, the modding scene for Battletech is actually great, too. That's the other thing about Battletech. That's, like, maybe not the loudest thing in the world, is, like, the modding scene for Battletech is kind of one of the best parts of it. It's a very active modding scene. On BattleTech books? Oh, really? I thought you were going to say BattleTech and all the DLC, but... With my first paycheck from my first full-time job, I bought a keyboard, so... He always eats it in that spider. If you just put him at the back, it's pretty easy to keep him alive, but... No, that's totally fair. That it was a long time ago. I'm actually kind of amazed about that Zazzy in YouTube chat who's talking about Silksong causing buzz and wanting to get Hollow Knight. I think the impressive thing about Silksong releasing isn't how well Silksong did, because that was kind of expected. It's the fact that Hollow Knight had 100,000 people playing it. Like, that is kind of wild to me. Let's see how this big siege goes. Well, we were talking about Mega Mech the other day as well. Yeah. Also, didn't they literally just say that they wanted to play classic BattleTech with you and not even tabletop, just Mega Mech? And you're like, check out Mega Mech? Like, they literally just stated that... What? I'm confused. Also, wouldn't, like, Tabletop Sim be the place to do that then, in theory? This is like me, like this one time where I was like, man, I need to get back to Caves of Cud at some point. Like, play some Caves of Cud, and then somebody's like in chat's like, have you ever played Caves of Cud? It's like, or you should check out Caves of Cud. It's like, wait, are you agreeing, or are you telling me to try it for the first time because I played it before? The strategic boots attacked the allied seduction at the whimsical immortality at Ronis. Menaced and Poobert led the attack, and the defenders were led by Aztrog Power Hated. All right, you get 2 points for the funny name. Poobert, at the awe-inspiring canyons of voicing, outmatched the goblin Aztrog Power Hated with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. I have. It's great. In regards to Caves of Cud. 959 trolls, yeah, led by the Dwarf, clashed with 120 Mineras, slaying 2. They clashed with 950 trolls, slaying 3. The goblin Neguzbo Stolen Roasts... He stole lunch, chat. Was struck down, and the goblin Toad Thief Circle was struck down. The beak dog Dang was struck down. The goblin Dostin Gosp was struck down. More goblins struck down. We struck down Aztrog Power Hated. Good job, pilot. My god, more dwarves are striking down more goblins and more goblins and more goblins. That's almost an internet. Maybe more of an outer net, but... I mean, actually, that's like a Tuesday on Something Awful. Clashed with 212 Mineras, clashed with 1 dwarf, slaying them, clashed with 137 trolls. Oh no! Sergeant Donut was struck down by a blind cave ogre. Sergeant Donut, no. Shed single tear. Oh, 7 donuts. The question is, did he actually die? I keep getting Dwarf has died notification, and then they show up anyway. Like, something's fucky with that. But we'll see if he comes back or not. I'm not getting hopeful, but... Yeah, I think Sergeant Donut may have fallen, chat. So many items being put in. to the lavas. I am shocked and amazed that there isn't a melt-to-metal object job at the moment. I'll make one, like, now. So we virtually have infinite metal as long as we just keep at it. Well, the good news is it looks like we're finally getting through all of the bodies. If the dwarf dies and then comes back, is that necromancy shenanigans? No, it's a world gen bug, or like world sim bug. Because for those of you who didn't notice, in the last patch notes there was a thing that Putnam put out where a bunch of things were fixed to speed up the overworld. Some of you may have noticed that there was some silly bugs related to that. Such as, you know, dwarves disappearing in weird ways and other odd happenings like that. It's that sort of thing. Like dwarves leaving and just never coming back kind of thing. Dwarves coming back when they're not supposed to. Also a bug. Like if the game says this dwarf's dead, they should be dead. But I've had a few times in this fort where dwarves have been claimed dead and then showed up later. They faked their own death to get away from, you know, owing tax money or something, clearly. But, like... Good news is, this is all getting constructed pretty well. All right, chat. I think it's time to play some Cogmind. What do you think? We've been playing this now for almost 7 hours. Well, 6 hours. It's about when I started. Maybe a little less, probably. But this has been a fun day. Lots of chaos. Lots of chaos. We expanded our clothing and dyeing industry. Hopefully we can expand the living industry next. The goal now is to just simply make things fight things. We've caught a good number of beasts, so we got plenty of extra runs to make stuff fight. Should just open this up so we can get that extra turkey assigned. Before I forget. We got a new mayor. Forgotten Beast wielded a mace and beat the crap out of some goblins, which was amazing. And, well, in all, I think today was a memorable chunk of the fort. I'm just going to real quick make my face vanish and do a few things behind the scenes. I will be back in like less than 30 seconds probably.